I lied,
Uh,
Bob.
yeah, I have negative expectations. I'm pretty sure BioWare dies here in 2 weeks. So at least we can watch it live.
The fall of Western civilization.
Yeah. I can see the review scores probably 3.4 with, IGN giving us 7.
If people are on the fence, absolutely.
Like I said, BioWare's dead.
These hills may be silent, but this weed is loud as fuck.
Yeah, that's one of those games where
And then Pokemon Company sues them for using Bellstone.
Yeah, because it has mounting in it.
Pokemon's doing damage control right now, alright? They gotta find a particular individual. Right now they gotta hunt him down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope. Well, I mean, if the dude was able to hack that quantity, I just hope he can protect his identity, because you don't get out of that one alive.
Oh god, the voice acting in this game.
It's gonna be hit or miss.
Oh,
No, that's worse.
no. No, my thing with the voice acting is it's just as it was in the OG. So it's just as, like, hammy.
But I like it. Not as good as bacon, but it's pretty.
I'm on whole wheat.
I guess I should get dinner started.
Get you some dinner. I had pizza.
Oh yeah, happy birthday, Cat. I forgot.
I didn't.
I don't even pay attention to my own birthday. Which, my birthday was 2
I
weeks
said
ago.
happy birthday to you at midnight when I was still in Discord with you.
He's keeping all the receipts. Be careful, chat.
You really want a reminder that you're just that much older, Grandpa?
Back in my day. Hey, yo, dumpling? I don't know if you got the list of servants. God.
Yes, the list of good dogs.
The problem with the list of good dogs is everyone thinks that they have the best dog, and everyone's right. No, there is unfortunately a finite list of good dogs in existence, but it's ever growing.
Still perfect. Movie.
Like if
Bluey Kerblam.
if we look the universe over long enough, we will find another pocket of dogs somewhere out there.
Yo, space dogs, let's go.
This in the same way that if I give an infinite number of monkeys infinite time, they will recreate the entirety of Shakespeare.
I'm just remembering, because you said space dogs, and now I'm remembering the sad episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Oh goddamn! Now I'm remembering the episode of Futurama.
Oh no!
Return the slab.
I don't know.
Waiting
No,
for
the
you,
Courage one was
Fry.
similar for me, where he gets left by his parents because they go on a rock, and that was so sad.
I liked the Depression Tower episode.
Yeah, Fry's dog episode was also just.
Like, yo, what the fuck?
It's like, yo, this is a comedy. What the heck? That one and the one with his brother, the 7-leaf clover.
Dude,
That wasn't even so much
that one
sad as
hit.
it was just
it hit.
it hit, right?
Yeah, I guess the dog episode would have been fine until they showed that scene. It was like, yeah, he lived a life. It's like, no, he waited for you until the end of time. And you're just like, oh.
That's last time.
Dragon Ball Z.
Aw, he died.
Heard an achievement on.
What I do? What? I don't know what I did. What was it on Steam? Oh yeah, 100% did that. It has co-op. We can do it with Steve.
You know, to be fair, he
Yeah, it's okay.
should.
It's Warhammer.
I don't. I was about to say, just because it's Warhammer doesn't mean it's a good game. We've been over this.
Okay. It's Warhammer with orcs.
That just because it's Warhammer with orcs doesn't mean it's a good game.
Now, Blood Bowl, on the other hand. Now, Blood Bowl's a game.
Now, Steve. Have fun. Also, play. I sent you a video in VIP too. You don't have to share that one.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Orcs are cool, though. Yeah, I need to actually see what it was that Bob sent me. Let's see. It was. It was Shoot His Blood and Teeth. Okay. Alright, so I just got the tweet out. Chat, do me the favor, go give it some love, and let me grasp today's sauce. You do with your USO units, do you burn them? Sometimes. Especially if I feel like if you need rare prisms, that's something you can do. I don't normally do it with the saber faces because I just throw them in the second archive because I don't want to burn them. But that's just a me thing, so totally up to you though. Other 5 stars I will eventually burn if I don't have a reason to keep an esports variant or something. Okay. Let us oh, right. Yeah. Sorry. One more thing I had to do. I had to totally redo all of my settings again, chat, because my entire like system went down again because they did another power outage over the weekend to basically get the power in the area back running. So, because my area wasn't the issue, but like just up the road from me, they had a power line down. So I think they were fixing that. You have 5 points to upgrade your stats. Which ones do you pick? Endurance, strength, agility, mana, or dexterity? Well, I mean, don't you spread it evenly across all of them? I wish that was the case. I feel like endurance goes down as you age. Maybe strength goes up. I don't know. Okay. Anyways, we should be good to go. Let's get this party started. Hello, everybody. Why is Aurelia chopped in half? That's not how she's supposed to be. Give me 1 second. There we go. Now she's back where she needs to be. Okay. Hello, everybody. I hope everybody is doing good. Hopefully, this will be a normal week of streams and nothing insane. Here is today's artwork. It is by Mr. Melon, aka God, is it Admiral Egg level, whatever alias he goes by now. But he always draws some fantastic Artoria. Happy birthday. Thank you guys for all the birthday wishes. I'm glad to see all of you guys' faces, even though I can't see them. I'll just pretend that I can. I'll also pretend that you're naked while I'm seeing them. But it is what it is, right? Like, it's really funny because I normally don't make a huge big deal out of my birthday or anything like that. I like to, like, I guess celebrate it a little bit, but not like much at all. I'm not somebody that'll like pull out all the stops and be sitting here and be like, today's my birthday, bitches, pay attention to me. I don't really care. Like, so if people go out of their way to like say happy birthday to me or like talk with me today, it's like, yeah, it's nice. It's special. I enjoy it. So again, thank you for the bits. Thank you for everybody that subbed there. It looks like Shortcake, Age, Mail, Fuzzy McFluffins, Turin, Mr. Danger Creamy sneaking in there, Miss Scratch Dumpling, hello. I think that's all of you guys, but I appreciate it. And it's Woo, thank you for the follow. What kind of cake am I getting for the party? I don't have a cake, nor did like my mother make me one, which is kind of funny because like this is kind of how it's been for me for like several years now at this point. Chad, as you start getting older, I'm not going to say no one cares, but like no one cares. It's more like you're an adult and it's expected that like you just deal with it. So it's like people will tell you happy birthday and people will like again, if you have like close family members or loved ones, like they might celebrate it, but like it's not like you're the center of attention and anyone actually gives a shit. It's not like when you turned like 21 or something, like back in college or whatever. It's straight up like nobody gives a crap. And to a degree, like you as an adult also go like, man, I don't look forward to this day anymore. Kind of how people used to, you know? Lies Cat should have a cake, if you know what I mean. I agree. I've been working on that on the side. I at least have been talking with several women at this point, but we'll see. Because like I'm being picky, but not picky in the way that like most people are picky. I'm being picky in the fact that I'm actually like low-key sandbagging my dating profile so that I end up finding somebody that's like actually the right fit and can tolerate my hobbies. Because like I was talking with Steve about it earlier today. I'm like, low-key, I could snag myself like a 10 out of 10 girl. It would just require me to not disclose certain things. That's it. Like, because I know exactly how I would do it on a dating profile in order to actually like get that kind of attention. I just don't want to. Because like experience has taught me that that's just going to end up in like the worst of scenarios, and I'm just going to keep finding people that are not the right fit. Hope it was a fun one. Today was pretty good. Technically, technically I'm not a year older yet. My actual true like birth time is at like I think it's like 11:35 at night. So it's like I'm still not a year older, and nobody can force me to admit it yet. Birthdays are excuses to meet people and maybe have a nice drink. Yeah, that's the truth of the matter. I feel like events like that become social events as you get older, and it becomes more just about like seeing people that you haven't seen in a long time and stuff. Be honest, it isn't worth it to lie. Oh no, it definitely isn't, right? Like, and that's the thing, like you can lie, but the truth is going to come out eventually, so there's no point in doing it. Whereas you will get people that like, yeah, on their dating profile they'll lie left and right. So Cad's forever 29, just like my sister. What do you mean? I'm 21. What are you talking about? I've never aged a day past 21. The second I gained the ability to drink, I became immortal. Actually, that's not true. I should say it's technically 24 because at that point, then I can rent my own car. And that, which to me is freaking hilarious that you have to be like 24 for that to be the case. If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Do not recite the old magics to me. I was there when they were written. Yes, I have recited that mantra myself numerous times to people in VIP, and it largely holds true. It doesn't mean that you can't find a pretty woman. The idea is don't go after the 10 out of 10. Go after the woman that you yourself find attractive, like for your own reasons. Don't sit there and try to find the objectively hottest person ever. And the reason why is because objectively the hottest person ever usually has a terrible personality. So you need to find someone where it's like, hey, yes, you are attractive to me, rather than like somebody that is objectively the most attractive. Not sure if you answered because of ads. Do you have any suggestions for those of us who have 100 or so teapots that are about to expire tonight? So that's an interesting question because I myself am in a weird predicament for that. I do not have suggestions other than it's up to you to say, like, if you would like to pop apples and get them all done, you can, though that's kind of a pitfall because while yes, you are getting extra bonding for it, you are trading AP for that. So it needs to be something that is actually worth popping your apples on, which during an event, we don't really have a campaign running at the moment that's actually worthy. You could farm some of the event nodes, but to me, it's still probably not going to be the best of circumstances considering we don't have the best nodes available. They low-key kind of messed with us on this one. Mr. Shermir, thank you for the 45. Happy Earthstrong, my friend. That is still like it sounds to me like you're wishing me a happy Lance Armstrong. Or like a happy Earth Day. Happy Earthstrong is just like I get it. I get how it's supposed to work. It just sounds so weird to me. But thank you. I appreciate it. So when am I gonna get married? I don't know, man. I get like getting married is first you gotta find the person, right? Like there's no amount of like shortcutting that you can really reasonably do. I do believe that like when you find the right one, you'll know. Because to me, that's kind of been the case so far is very quickly while dating women, most of the time I know most of my relationships don't last longer than like say a month or two. Because it's pretty clear at some point where even if I have some level of base attraction for somebody, they're not a good fit for me. They're not a good matchup for some reason. And that's why I'm usually either very quick myself or they very quickly themselves are fast to end the relationship. I'm in the habit of turning on teapots whenever I'm fielding my B teams. Not worth stressing over to me. Oh yeah, I mean, if the choice is use it or lose it, then just use it. Who cares what you use it on, right? Like at that point, it just is what it is. You've got to try to get some stuff out of it. Slow down on the speed run, exactly. Happy birthday, Cad. Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate it. Hope you're well. And hi, chat. Hello, Spartan. Ooh, thank you to the anonymous gifter who just dropped a 5 gift sub bomb. Got a few guys were lucky enough to get a gift sub from the anonymous gifter. I don't know, spam some new emotes or something. Because, yeah, I mean, you can thank the anonymous gifter, but you can't thank them directly. So that's obviously going to be an issue. We do, I'm told, also have a we have a live stream, I think, in like 34 hours or something, according to what Trubs was telling me. So hopefully we'll be getting some news on the upcoming JP event finally. That's definitely something that I think a lot of people have been waiting on. This 13 AP is certainly tedious, and I think a lot of people would prefer at this point to be done with it, but I get it. I think if you really like the Embers and you really want to level somebody, this is a really good and lucrative thing. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, we're getting farmed by the devs. Infamous hacker sub gifter anonymous Pog, yes. And thank you, Avalon. Appreciate it. And Azure, thank you for the 67 as well. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. Appreciate it. Regarding the lotto, do you think they'll just stall till Christmas? Are you talking about like on JP? I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get a lotto until like later on. I think at this point it's pretty obvious we're only getting the one lotto this year. They may, very quickly like jump in with a lotto like early next year or something to help like compensate, but I don't know that it's going to be that big of a deal at this point. I'm going to tell you that to me it seems like they're just trying to only give us the one. I know people are hurting for resources. That's been clear from the amount of times I've streamed and someone's come into chat and said like, man, I could really use the lotto, man, I really need QP, yada, yada, yada. So, it's pretty clear that people want it. It's just, I think the dev strategy at this point is probably to just try to wean people off of it a little bit, because I think what the devs are probably seeing, at least economically, like within the game's economy, is that a lot of players are very ahead on resources and just don't really have that much to actually do. And I think they're beginning to realize this is kind of a problem. Could get a pseudo lotto stopgap till Christmas. Monka, yep. Yeah, they might do something like that. We'll see whatever the next event is going to be, right? But at the end of the day, it'll be what it'll be. If we get an event right here that's a lotto, that's one thing. If we don't until, I don't know, until like until Christmas or possibly even just like end of the year, I don't think it's that big of a concern. I understand people want the resources, but it's not the end of the world. Fluber and Okeus, thank you guys for the resubs. Happy to share this birthday with you again. Have a good one. Thank you. I appreciate it. Celebrated my B-Day overeating and getting drunk. Hope you can also make sure to spend some time enjoying the small things in life. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, like it's I certainly won't be getting drunk on my birthday, and I did have at least a largely pleasant day. Today was our first day back at work. A good chunk of the morning was spent like reassembling everyone's computers, because we had to like actually disassemble and like protect the computers in case of like water damage or something. It's not the first time that sort of thing's happened, but it's kind of standard protocol for when we're going to actually get hit by a hurricane. So we spent a good chunk of the day doing that. And then like the rest of the day was pretty chill. I managed to just kind of like sit there and get to work on work. I had the occasional coworker stop by, chat me up and everything, because they knew what day it was. Usually in our office, like one or two of the people will like keep track of everyone's birthdays on the calendar, so people will like spread the word, and people will come around and actually like tell you happy birthday and stuff. But it's still nice. It's still nice that they do it, and it definitely makes my day. Monument Lotto would be a nice apology. Honestly, I think they could run a Monument Lotto again. It's certainly been long enough. However, I suspect one, that they don't want to, and two, if they run a Monument Lotto here, they basically need to not run one ever again for like another like couple of years. And the reason why is because Monument Lottos are so easy to just go, boom, I have over farmed this. I am now done with all of my monument needs. So they'd have to be very, very careful with something like that. Disassemble like unplug, or really disassemble? Like unplug. Like I didn't even unplug mine, really. I unplugged the surge protector, put my surge protector inside of my trash can, and then basically put my computer up on my desk so that it was safe. And then I ended up putting all the monitors together and basically putting trash bags over the top of it. So would it have really helped in case of an actual like breach of the office? No, but we weren't really concerned with flooding. It was more like, hey, were we going to have like a burst window or like a hole in the roof or something? Unplug and stick CPU in a Ziploc bag. No, I'm good. How many apples would you suggest to have to farm the upcoming lotto? I usually tell people, most average people don't do that many boxes in a lotto. And to me, the upper bound of that a lot of the time will be somewhere around like 300 gold apples. Usually, if you have more than 300 gold apples saved up, you are good and you can definitely spend apples. I know that sounds like an astronomically high number, but there are people out there that actually do have that. So it's why, to me, like, I'll tell people that number and say, like, hey, if you have that or the equivalent of it, like, odds are you're good. Unless you're someone like me that's going to be sitting there doing like the 500 boxes plus or something like that. It's not really gonna be that big of a deal. The odds are you won't have the time or the like energy to keep actually sitting there farming that long in a lotto. Most people only do, like what I think the average is something like 10 to 20 boxes or something. So it's abysmally low. And then I'm going to say that, I think your average like committed person probably only does somewhere like around 100. So that's where it's like, yeah, when you start talking about doing like 500 boxes or something like that, you're starting to get to like pretty crazy numbers. And I think most people just won't have the sort of staying power to actually follow through. I could see it being like every 5 boxes you get some monuments, so it's not crazy overfarmed. Oh no, like, I mean, they could do something like that where they gave you like a ticket or something in one of the boxes that you could exchange. That would be a way of limiting it somewhat, but yeah, no, people will still go crazy second they see that. Hope you're staying safe. I have been. How you doing, Zeruku? I got 150 blue apples stored. Yeah, so a blue apple, if you think about it, it's like basically every like 3.5 blue apples is the equivalent of a gold apple. So that's a way to think about it as well, as a good conversion. I just get burned out on farming. Yep, and that's why. Like, I'm going to say, at the end of the day, if you have more than that amount of apples or something like that, odds are you could just go ahead and spend some apples. Like, there's no problem with it. If you're somebody that's never done a lotto before, my advice would be to, like, save up as much as you can and try it out and try your hardest, basically, and see how far you can get. Some people have different pain tolerances for that sort of thing. Other people have time constraints that get in the way. So it may not be that you actually have the time or the energy to actually like farm it all out. But that's why, to me, you kind of need to know where your limit is as a player. And then once you find that, then you kind of know, okay, this is probably where it'll be at least around this point, in the future. So at that point, you could say like, okay, well, this is how many apples I used here, and this is how much I need to actually save. I'm a bit happy because I think I found someone local that sells an Aoko and Alice Nindoroid. Oh, nice. Not even Halloween. We know it's a one-times event in November, which is likely Gouda. Yep. I just don't see two lottos here in quick succession, basically. I mean, they certainly could. It's just, yeah, I agree, right? Like, I don't think it's going to be a lotto here unless they end up saying, okay, now what this is the Gouda Gouda event or something like that. Somehow it's early. And then they end up giving us a like November lotto or something. But even still, I don't think that would be a, hey, you get double lotto. I think that would be a, you get lotto here and then maybe you get another lotto in like 3 to 4 months. So yeah, I don't see them pulling a double lotto at this point. I've saved up 100 gold apples. That's plenty. Like you'll still be able to do quite a bit of farming with that. Usually once you get to max bonus, it's about a refresh every box. So it's like popping a gold apple or a quartz or whatever would be the equivalent of getting a box. But that's at max bonus, and it takes you quite a bit of farming to get to max bonus. Have I seen the Pokemon links? I have heard about them. I have at least seen a couple of the pictures, but I have not looked into them. I have heard some terrifying things from my friends about that. I was just talking with people before stream about how some of the memes that I've seen of it are like, it's like Luffy running and like looking over his shoulder and screaming. And basically, like, he looks back and it's Goku as Super Saiyan running after him. And they're like, yeah, this is Nintendo going after the leakers. It's like, Jesus. What are the leaks? They're pretty odd internal documentation. Not only like concept arts and things, but also like some of the parameters that they were like designing characters based off of. And, it's kind of come out that a bunch of the Pokemon devs are probably like some form of Gooner or something like that at this point, which shouldn't surprise anybody, but definitely an interesting leak nonetheless. The event has units with bonus damage, so probably not a real lotto, but a raid isn't out of the question. No, most of our lottos have bonus damage units, so that's not a crazy thing. I'd say if anything, if they had instead revealed that like the unit was actually like some sort of drop bonus or something, that would be a little bit more of an indication that, hey, this is not a lotto. An employee got link hacked or something and somebody got into the database and is spreading it. Yep. Yep. Okay. Now, actually, chat, this is a really interesting thing. Let me turn that off. And so you guys can see minus basically all of that. Oh, I can't do it, can I? There we go. So, chat, this is all I have left to foe on my JP account. I am down to the last 7 units. And that number will very likely go down again with the new event coming out unless there's a welfare or a unit that I roll. So at that point, yeah, this number is ever dwindling, and you can kind of see I am very like in on it. So if we were to even just call these halves, right? So that's basically you've got 1 here, 2 here, 3 here. You've got like the equivalent of about 3.5 units worth of foes until I'm done on JP. This is the attack foe, though. I'm a little bit more ahead on attack than I am HP, but I think my HP is only like 12 units or something. So I'm getting very, very close to being done foeing all my units. Finally. And I feel like I've been saying that for like 2 years. It's been a really like kind of crazy turn of events as JP has started to run fewer events, and as a result you don't get as many like foes and stuff like that. And still, though, they've managed to like maintain the amount of actual actual like units coming into the game, because they've just essentially released more units with events. They've made the events bigger and longer and added more to it. So the number of units overall hasn't really gone down that much that they're releasing, but the amount of like reward foes has. So essentially the game has been outpacing me almost to an extent. Wait, I just realized that after seeing that Da Vinci, did some of the older welfares get servant coins? So, if memory serves, Da Vinci was actually the first welfare to have coins originally? Or was she the second? I don't know. If you're asking about like the recent coin change that JP did where they allowed for more coins to be given out based off bond, yes, welfares were the beneficiary of that. But everything else, no, like they haven't like redistributed more or anything. As far as I know, they haven't put more in the evocation shop, basically. Typhlosion, yeah, I heard some really like nasty stuff about Typhlosion, which is like, what the hell, man? Who came up with this lore? And you can see how it's like they took whatever the like creative people were coming up with, and then they basically like sterilized it and made it safe for kids. Ruler Da Vinci was the first welfare after 6th Annie. Yep. Apparently a dev did. Yeah. Do I want to know the Typhlosion stuff? You do not. You do not. There's a reason such details are kept private. Oh, for sure. Like, I mean, like even some of the more hilarious ones. What was it, like Skyla or whatever? Like from one of the Pokemon games, they said was supposed to be like Latino and based off Jennifer Lopez. It's like, oh my god. I can't believe that they actually like wrote that down in an internal document. Those fan fictioners really must have been bored to come up with that story. Yeah, I did see people saying like there was a bunch of like the more like cringe-worthy stories were all written by a woman, and people were like making a big deal out of that. And I'm like, listen, chat, are people gonna learn that it's like women are some of the most debauched people on the internet? It's amazing how like anonymity can work for people, but I assume she wasn't even anonymous. She was just writing this stuff internally for Pokemon at that point. We switch servers here. The capture card went. Fanfic writers be eating good, yeah. Typhlosion was my very first Pokemon. He was my fave. Have some mixed feelings now. Yeah, like I said, these leaks are like monk-ass. I can easily see how the devs are going to be like really pissed off by some of the stuff coming out. Okay, so hold on. This is the all node, I assume, because this is the gold. So we had 2 level 80 nodes that came out. And then it looks like we have multiple 90 nodes. So this one is an all node. It drops eggs at least. Can't get angry about that. Let's very quickly run this. You know what? I'm actually going to take Phenos here because I don't think I've taken a singular run of like the MLB Silver at this point in time. So we'll do that. And just kind of run in. So you guys can see, even I still have 14 of these puppies left, and there are 4 hours remaining. So, yeah, they just kind of screwed us on this batch of teapots. I certainly could have been using it, but it is what it is. Jeezy, thank you for the resub, by the way. How's it going? And thank you, Maestro. I don't know how, but I somehow didn't see yours or Robo's resubs. And Zach, thank you for the gift sub as well. Fox, thank you for the 48. Jack, can we get some love for Fox's 4-year anniversary if my head math is right? Happy birthday, thank you. I appreciate it. You guys can see this has kind of been the setup I've been doing most of the event with. I have not set up my event support, so why don't we do that here in a second? Happy birthday, thank you. Appreciate it. This Lord of the Rings? This sounds like Lord of the Rings. I finished the season 2 of Rings of Power, chat. It was not good. I like there's certain things of that show that I'm like, oh, this has good production value. This is an interesting plot arc. And then inevitably, like no matter how interesting the plot arc was, they mess it up. And it's just like, I am amazed that they have the capability. They have to really be trying to keep getting it that bad. How much did you roll this banner? We got NP2 of Assassin Mama. I tried saving, hope we have access to 90++ node. Oh, well. Yeah, I think a lot of people were thinking that, myself included. I mean, I say myself included. I wasn't even really thinking about it. My mind was just preoccupied elsewhere. So that's really all it was for me. But now it's like, oh crap, the thing turned red. I need to get rid of these. So I just turned it on. Haven't touched Rings of Power. I think I'll stick to the reading. Yeah, no, like my advice is if you're gonna watch Rings of Power, you need to watch it with an extreme grain of salt and understand that it is in no way canonical. It is a complete bastardization of what is supposed to be the appendices to Lord of the Rings or the Silmarillion, whichever one you think they're trying to emulate. I'm not really sure which. So just take it with an extreme grain of salt and understand that it's like their reimagining of it. And what I do is I basically hate watch that thing because like it is fun to just pick it apart and be like, you cannot be this dumb. You cannot think that this is going to work. And inevitably, like, there were certain things that they tried to pull in season 1 that then when it came time for season 2, they had to readjust things because these plot lines didn't work. And I think they knew it. Watch it as if you're watching bad fan fiction. Yeah, it's bad fan fiction with an extremely large budget. Because again, I think it's the most expensive show ever made. So it's like, just imagine where you have Bezos bucks funding your show, but then you have hired the most like subversive, terrible writing staff. And that is what Rings of Power is. DBZ evolution exists, so anything's possible. So I'm going to say this. In terms of like cinematography, Rings of Power is much better than Dragon Ball Evolution. In terms of lore, Rings of Power may be worse than Dragon Ball Evolution. It's getting pretty bad. And especially in season 2. It's funny because like the first episode or 2 of Rings of Power season 2, I was like, okay, maybe they're trying to fix stuff. And then it was like by episode 3, I was like, they're not fixing it. They're making it worse. Wait, what? Yeah. It's one of those deals where it's like the more you know about Tolkien and the more you know about Lord of the Rings, the more you realize how bad Rings of Power is. So it's not immediately apparent like it is with Dragon Ball Evolution, because Dragon Ball Evolution is just kind of a crap movie. Like, even if they got the lore right, Dragon Ball Evolution is a crap movie. Versus, like, if you look at Rings of Power, it's this beautiful, amazingly shot, like, masterpiece that is... It's like watching a train wreck happen. Everything is on fire and blowing up and spiraling out of control constantly. That's what it feels like watching Rings of Power. The siege was pure stupidity? Yes. Glad to see you came out of the hurricane relatively unscathed. I did. The only damage I had to my house was my back fence, and I already called the fence people today, so they're going to be sending a guy out Wednesday for me. So I came out of it really, really well. They abridged an entire age by 1,500 years. Oh, no. No, that's not right. They abridged an entire age by like 4,000 years. It was not 1,500. They tried to put people that were alive in completely different time periods all together in the same freaking show and make them act shit out. So it's like, you basically at one point, and if you know anything about the Silmarillion, if you know anything about like the extended universe of Lord of the Rings, you'll know about the island of Numenor. So Numenor is this island of these like sort of highborn men. They're men that served basically with the elves and helped overthrow Morgoth. And so they are like kind of blessed by the Valar to have long life, and they give them this island to go live on. So they become kings. They establish their own dynasty. The show literally takes 3 different kings and throws them all into the room at the same time. And you're like, oh my God, you can't do this. Like, it's that level of like stupidity where you're like, oh God, this is just not supposed to be the case. They don't care if they ruin the IP, just that they get their foot in the door and be remembered. They won't be remembered. That's the issue. Like, the only way they will be remembered is they will be remembered for just how bad it is, for just how much of a travesty it is. I have not heard anybody that came away from Rings of Power saying, oh man, this show is so good. It's just not a thing. Like, I feel like even the people that don't know much about Tolkien watch it and kind of go like, well, that was dumb. So it's like, it is somewhat entertaining to watch, but you have to really turn your brain off, and you'll still find points where you're like, that's so stupid. This doesn't even pass like a logic test. The crash will be remembered, not the people. Yeah. Wait, chat. These are the 5 AP. It's the fundraising quest. Wait, am I supposed to... I don't remember these. I don't remember from like, because I went over this event so long ago and now I've had a hurricane since. I don't remember if these actually give points or not. Nope, they're just rewards. Okay, sweet. Yeah. So it just does not matter what I take in. It'll be forgotten like how you forgot about the third Mummy movie. Exactly. Exactly. Should you see the new Tomb Raider show? So I feel like I heard that it came out. Because I remember I heard that it was coming out, but then again, the hurricane happened. So is the show actually out? And is it good, or is it a train wreck as well? I'm actually curious. Because if it's good, I'll watch it. If it's a train wreck, I'm not watching it. It exists. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I know one of the issues I had when they were first screening it, and not that I have anything against a very tan woman, right? But, like, they practically made Lara Croft look Latino. And I'm like, I don't really have issue with, like, Latinos or anything like that. I have issue with the fact that they turned the daughter of a British lord into a Latino. I'm like, she was never supposed to be that dark-skinned, right? But yeah, it's like, I don't have any issue with that in general, so much as just like, usually that's a sign that, okay, if they did this, it probably means something else here is probably a train wreck. Lara Croft is just Skyla, yeah. She's missing her 2 biggest assets. To be fair, that's kind of just been how you know, Lara Croft has been depicted in more recent times. I think they're trying to tone down the you know, basically the sex appeal and kind of get rid of the sexism. And I'm like, I mean, you could do that, but like everybody found Laura Croft hot. Nobody cared that she was a girl. Now you're almost making it way more apparent that she is a girl and making that the center focal point. But that's what made her iconic, exactly. Like I said, I don't think anyone actually cared. All the time you see people are like, oh, you just don't like women in like movies or video games. And I'm like, I want women in movies and video games. I think the problem is a lot of like how the modern viewpoint on this sort of topic is that like, oh, you can't make women hot anymore. You can't make them sexy because that's sexist. And it's like, no, I mean, there is something that is really intriguing about a hot woman who is also a badass, right? Like, and it's to the point where, like, if you ask other women, they'll also say the same thing. Why? Because that's what they want to be. In the same way that, like, a guy wants to be this, like, ripped, muscular hero man, women also want to be this, like, sexy, badass woman. It doesn't mean that we all can do it, but it is something that we view as sort of idyllic and want to pursue, at least to some degree. I think with each person, it's you know, variable as to like the degree that you actually want to. But if you heard there was a Metroid series, would you watch it? Yeah, I probably would. I mean, assuming again that it actually stayed true to the lore and stuff. If it's a Metroid series that's produced entirely by like the West and not you know the Japanese, and they had no involvement, I wouldn't watch it. It would be terrible. So that's why I would be concerned. But does not women want to be sexy? Yeah, and this got proven. It's got proven basically with Stellar Blade, where you had a lot of people panning Stellar Blade because they made the main character, Eve, have a lot of sex appeal. They're like, oh, like, this game's terrible. Like, these people have no idea what a woman's like. Then they asked women what they thought, and women were like, yo, she's so hot. Oh man, look at her. She's such a badass. Oh yeah, you go girl, get him. Like, the women had no problem with it. Who had a problem with it were the self-proclaimed feminist guys. And it's like, oh my god, you're so whipped. Like, Jesus. I'm gonna quit gaming if those suckers dare to make the boss a middle-aged uncle. I mean, hey, go for it. I don't see the point in trying to change existing stuff. I do think like IPs over time change, especially to suit their current audience and stuff like that. But I think at the end of the day, these IPs are thinking like, oh, it's been a couple of years. We now need to reinvent the wheel. And it's like, no, like, values have not actually changed that much. You just think they have, or rather you want them to. And so that's kind of the issue, I think, overall, is that a lot of these IPs kind of are trying to fit this new mold that doesn't actually exist. Hollywood is making too many Lara Croft ripoffs. I mean, they can make a Lara Croft ripoff because, look, at the end of the day, Lara Croft herself is a ripoff. She is iconic in video gaming. That's because she's one of the first ones in video gaming. But you go back and you look at this and like, yeah, no, the origin of this sort of stuff is like Indiana Jones and even further back. That's where like a lot of this stuff is getting its inspiration from. Same thing with the Uncharted series. Like, Uncharted is largely based off Indiana Jones. So it's where it's okay to have that inspiration. It's okay to be a ripoff. You just need to do something unique with it. You need to make your own mark on it and actually like try to find something of value there to actually make. If you're just going to make a dumbed down version of the original, there's no point, right? Arash, thank you for the follow. Be real, no gamers would ever want their girls to look ugly. Yeah, I think so. Like, and that's what I'm gonna say. Like, look, chat. Even if you are an ugly person, like guy or girl, right? Odds are you prefer prettier characters, right? Either a handsome, rugged man who's dashing and debonair, or a svelte, like sexy woman. It doesn't really matter. It's just people have a tendency to prefer better looking people, better looking characters. That's just kind of how it always is throughout society. I think it's something that's ingrained in us. You can kind of have characters that are not sexy and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, it's the problem is when you basically sit there and you start trying to imply this in every aspect, in every single character. You go, oh, okay, now none of the characters can be sexy because it's somehow offensive, and it's like it's not really offensive to anybody. Again, I think these people basically want characters that are still to some degree idyllic, and if they feel some form of shame, usually that's more of a them thing. Usually it's they are insecure and have their own issues, and that's kind of what we see over time is more and more the people that try to like ram that stuff down your throat are usually the people that are like not actually mentally sane themselves. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but I think in today's day and age, you kind of do need to like tell those people they're wrong and tell them to be quiet a little bit. Like I think people should be heard. I think people should be able to say their opinion and stuff like that. But I think the reason some of these people get their way is they just shout over and over and over again. And they just sit there and they constantly try to like bully their way into these things. And it's going to take people to actually stand up and tell them, no, you're wrong. Shut up. Sit down. Because unfortunately, they're extremely pushy people. 95% of marketing and entertainment is about seeing pretty things. Yep. And that will never change, by the way. It will always be that way. Now, what you can try to do is you could try to change the concept of what people find to be pretty. However, that also is relatively timeless. There are certain things that people look for, and I don't think that's crazy to say. I think that's just kind of par for the course. It'll take companies losing millions to get them to stop. And hilariously, we do see that kind of happening now. Games are escapism. People don't want real life bleeding into their games. Well, that's where it's like, okay, so like Lara Croft normally has like some sort of like sidekick character. That sidekick character is usually somebody that's like out of shape or something like that, right? There's no problem with that. Like, it's perfectly okay to have that character. No one's saying you can't have like a character that's not immediately like 10 out of 10 sex appeal. It's, hey, it gets kind of dumb when you're saying none of the main characters can be this way anymore because it might offend someone. That's stupid. We should never have a situation like that. That's why realistic art style stuff doesn't work with me for that reason. Yeah, I think realism can be okay in games, but it needs to not be overly realistic. And I'll give you guys an example of this. I remember with like Horizon Zero Dawn, they were touting like, look how good this skin mapping is for Aloy. You can even see like peach fuzz on her face and zits and pimples. And I'm like, no, nobody wants to see this. Like, is it realistic? Yes. Nobody wants to actually look at this. So it's like they were sitting there touting it, and meanwhile, the entire internet was laughing at them. It's people were basically disconnected from reality because they had thought, oh, hey, this will play well. And the reality was they were dunking on themselves by saying it. Who said a game for everyone is a game for no one because it can be applied to shows? Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's a bunch of people also overusing the term, also overusing the whole ugly thing. A character can look like a normal human and they call them ugly. I've seen that with the Silent Hill 2 remake. Okay, so which character in Silent Hill 2 is it? Because, like, I know, for instance, this was trotted out with, like, the Star Wars Outlaws. However, that is true in Star Wars Outlaws case. Like, that was not an overuse of it. It was straight up, like, they actually uglified that character, and it was provable. But yeah, I think, like, in general, is this an issue? Yes. Is it something that, that, like, gets overdone? Probably yes. But I think it's an important thing in general whenever you're making a point culturally, societally, to try and pick the battles that you want to fight, right? Like, if you keep calling out every singular, like, minute instance of something, your message is far less effective than if you let it build up and point out how just overdone this thing is. That is a way more effective message to a lot of people. Some of it canon, that's fine, but letting too much bleed in is a bad thing. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't mind, like, some level of realism. In fact, I think, like, in that regard, I really like the art style that, like, for instance, the recent Final Fantasies have been going for. However, there's also, like, a trade-off there where I don't think the more recent Final Fantasies have been as good. And I think the reason for that has been that they've put way more of an emphasis on graphics than they have on actual gameplay. And that because they have gone for much higher level engines, much higher level graphics, the gameplay is suffering because it takes so much longer for them to make individual things in the newer engines at the greater fidelity that they're trying to achieve. Versus actually getting good content that is repetitive, or sorry, not repetitive, but repeatable and still, like, engaging and fun. That's the real core of what a video game is. And that's where, again, it's like you guys said, I think companies will eventually figure that out. Angela looked like 30-plus-year-old model, which wasn't fitting to her whole character, and her being a 17 to 19-year-old. Yeah, I mean, that sort of thing happens. She looks appropriate to her age and normal. I gotcha. Is it smart to blue apple the first 2 days of an event and then use the AP later when better free quests are open? You can't do that in the majority of events. Like, could that be smart? Potentially, yes. However, the majority of events will find some way of gating you so that you have to perform. You have to have done X amount of nodes in order to unlock the new section. Some of them are pure time gate. And if they're pure time gate, yeah, in theory, that is actually an ideal thing to do. But the majority of them will force you to at least, like, have done some of the nodes. People have been cherry picking in between frames to say Angela looks like a man and ugly when she looks like a normal 19-year-old girl. Yeah, I mean, like, I can only... The more recent one that I can speak to is the Outlaws one, right? Because a lot of people were trying to say, like, oh, hey, you know, she's super ugly. And then a lot of people were saying, like, no, she's not. She's perfectly fine. You guys are crazy. What I kind of noticed was both sides were right. Both sides were wrong. The character was Uncanny Valley. It was not as bad as people were making it seem, but it was absolutely Uncanny Valley. They absolutely did make it worse. And it took me the majority of the time playing that game. It was not until I had already been playing the game for like 3 to 4 days where I finally said, like, okay, I've kind of adjusted to the way the character's face looks. And it finally wasn't striking me as Uncanny Valley. That should not take you 3 to 4 days. That should be a, like, within the hour type of thing. If it takes you longer than an hour to adjust to the look of a character, you're doing something wrong. Like, it's basically the character's design is messed up in some way. But yeah, like, again, I can't speak to it too much without, like, actual examples in mind. Do you believe that it's been a trend that more games are more like movies than actual games? Do I think it's been a trend? I mean, I feel like for a long time we've had this, so I don't think it's like a trend, right? I don't think it's like some sudden thing. I mean, obviously you have things like the Quarry and Until Dawn. Those are actual, like, interactive movies is the way you need to think about them. but that is just its own genre in and of itself, and it's not even a recent phenomenon either. I think like you can look back at things like, say, like the Telltale games, and you can see that this has been a thing for a long time. But yeah, I mean, you also have guys like Hideo Kojima that basically make their game a borderline movie. You have hours upon hours upon hours of cutscenes and very little actual gameplay in some of the games. And you go like, yeah, hey, this maybe is like going too far. I think it's always going to be in the eye of the beholder, though. And if somebody wants to make something like that and they really like it, more power to them. But if you want to like go out there and you want to get that game, there is no problem with that. However, don't also expect that it's going to be the most popular game, because it's kind of a polarizing choice design-wise. I prefer more stylized. It avoids the uncanny valley issue. Sometimes, like, so for instance, and I'll give you guys an example here, Borderlands has a very stylized aesthetic. However, I personally feel like Borderlands aesthetic does not age well. Like, if you go back and you play Borderlands 1, that game looks really fucking old, to me at least. So that's where, like, sometimes I think it works, and I think it really just largely depends on the style that's chosen. Like, some games hold up really well. In the same way that, like, an anime from years ago can hold up really well. Like, if you go back and you watch, like, Fate Zero still looks really freaking good, even in light of everything else that like is getting produced nowadays. It may not be the best, but it's still way up there in terms of its quality, because what's kind of happened over time is a lot of animes have decided to cut corners to save costs. So quality and fidelity in anime has not gone up a ton. And it's kind of the same way where in video gaming, if you find the right style, it still looks great no matter how you go about it. An example, this would be like a lot of like Mario games with like Nintendo and stuff. They just have this aesthetic that feels like it's almost timeless. You can still tell how old the games are, but it's not like this in your face jarring thing that bothers you most of the time. Something like Wind Waker held up really well to the cell shading style. Yeah. And it's really funny because when Wind Waker came out, a lot of people were like, oh no, this is ugly. Like, I don't like this. And then people kind of adjusted and they were like, okay, this is okay, actually. Toei is taking a break to beef up One Piece quality, apparently. Yeah, I heard that that One Piece is on hiatus or something. Or gonna go on hiatus. Most realistic visuals I can handle is Persona 5 and Zelda Breath of the Wild. Zelda Breath of the Wild. See, I would tell you that like Zelda Breath of the Wild isn't realistic at all. I mean, like, to a degree it is, right? But like it's still a very like animated style. And they kind of have worked in some of that cell shading that we were talking about. That as like Wind Waker did really hold up well, I think the artists have started to kind of like pull in aspects that really worked. You know, I think World of Warcraft did nail the aesthetic. Despite being 20 years old, it still looks good with the updates. So I would tell you that it absolutely didn't, because World of Warcraft, even at its time, still looked pretty shitty. I think since the updates, though, it does look a lot better. However, if you put it next to any other game of its genre, it will look like poop. And I hate to say that because I like WoW. I enjoy playing WoW. But like, unless you're comparing it to like RuneScape or EverQuest, that game is going to look extremely dated. It just naturally does. That actually add it? It does not. Well, then I've got to go with that. And I got to pray to God that I get enough charge here. One Piece anime has looked bad for so long at this point. Yeah, I mean, like, One Piece is what I like to tell people is it is 100% an acquired taste. And I hate to say this, but if you watch 50 episodes of One Piece, you will know whether or not you're going to like that series for the next 1,000 episodes. It does take about 50 episodes, though, for you to really, truly give the show a chance. Because it's around the 50 episode mark that you kind of have the core crew in there, and you've learned most of the personalities. Prior to that point, you're still missing some stuff. But should you be required to watch 50 episodes of an anime to learn whether or not you like it? No. No. But that's just how the story is. And to me, it's like, if you don't like the initial like vibe that the story is giving off, that's fine. Like, you're probably not going to like it as it continues to go on. I think it's not only a break for quality, but I assume they also are close to the manga. Oh yeah, they absolutely are. I don't like realistic. I'm okay with realistic depending on the setting, and it really depends. 50 episodes, goddamn. Yep. I think Cat will hope Proto Arthur gets a buff until he's a good one. Proto Arthur is really only like one buff away from actually being in a much, much, much better place. He needs that buff, and that's the problem. And that buff is an NP interlude, chat. And it needs to actually improve his charge scenario. Hold on. Let me double check, because I was curious as to what we had on JP at the moment. We got first Hassan, we got Roma and Oberon. Okay, I was just curious, because every single day that keeps changing. I still have like 9 more of these puppies, and I'm just debating what I want to do. Because I can well, Oku is not a good use for this. Okay. Gramble it is, yeah. I'm so pumped that ReZero is back. It's amazing so far. I saw the first like half hour or first hour of the first episode, but it's like, I think it's like an hour and a half long, so I haven't even finished it. It's how I use my 60 plus pots, yeah. Basically, your main interludes are usually your most AP efficient thing. At least these two that come out, because Oku and this one are both like really, really, really cheap, but at least you can go fast. It's just going to take me a bit, because clearing the actual map is kind of a pain. Even with the acceleration, you used to not be able to speed up the animation. Okay, that's just a question mark. Go ahead and change the actual craft essences here. Okay, so I need another CE. QP and Mystic Code, bonded Mystic Code is what we'll go with. Alright, that should be enough. I guess we'll go with that, since I have an arts starter pack Subaru is borderline insufferable. It'll take a bit, but it's very AP efficient. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just gonna be I have to find the actual nodes, right? Good old gospel of the throttle. Da na 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 na. There we go. ReZero season 1 is as bad as Black Clover season 1? No, I like ReZero. ReZero's great. I think the only issue is if you don't like anything dealing with like a time loop or anything where like the protagonist is having mental struggles, you might not like that show. But otherwise, I think ReZero's good. I think ReZero has a very well-written plot for the most part. Though there are people that are deeply upset over one of the choices that the showrunner made. One series that needs more episodes, Drifters. I'm not surprised the show ended where it ended, because if you remember how season 1 ends, like, that's a pretty big reveal, and I can see that pissing some people off. Felt too much of the time loop. Yeah, that's my biggest complaint, is that Subaru at some points does go mental on himself. Like, he knows what he's dealing with. He has already like gained the resolve and told himself that he can struggle through it. And yet still he like relapses every now and then. You're like, why? Why are you relapsing? I just feel like it goes on for a bit too long. That was wait, are we in season 3 of ReZero now, chat? That was season 2 for me. Was I did not care too much for the time loop in season 2. Just because it felt like it was unbreakable at a point, and you're like, oh my god, okay, this is just dumb. His situation would definitely fuck you up mentally. Oh, I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is, like, there's a point where you have to decide for yourself that you're not going to let that affect you. And Subaru goes through that and does have that like cathartic moment. And then Subaru still manages to like relapse. And I'm like, no, dude, you already have decided that you're not going to let it like impact you anymore. I'm just glad Tower of God got a season 2. Tower of God season 2 I dropped. It to me felt terribly paced. I know like some of my friends really, really like it. I've heard, I think the upcoming, is it the workshop arc or whatever, is fairly good. But like, oh my god, dude, that second season was awful with the way they handled it. It's one of the worst like comebacks for an anime that I can remember in recent memory. And the only one that I would rate worse than it was Log Horizon. Log Horizon was god awful when it returned from a like 7-year hiatus. And that one also like just felt like, okay, what are you actually going for here? Like, they kind of try to pick up where they left off, and in the meantime you're like, who are these people? I don't know any of these characters. This is like watching a brand new show, and you're getting frustrated because the things that you're expecting to see are just not there. And that's exactly how Tower of God kind of has been. Log Horizon was a snooze. Yeah, they picked like the worst arc to come back to. Tower of God is up to workshop episodes. Yeah. You drew a sketch of a sketch of Integra. I see. Yeah, like don't get me wrong. I'm sure it's better now that it's gotten to that point, but I didn't feel like waiting to get to that point. Log Horizon is that bad? I've heard very good things about the show. Oh, the first 2 seasons are great. I highly recommend the first 2 seasons. The third season's terrible. Don't watch it. Skip it. It's boring as shit. You don't develop immunity to trauma. It'll get you again, even if you recover once. Well, I can understand that. What if you have the power to stop the trauma? Because Subaru absolutely does. That's where, like, to me, I don't think it's true trauma at that point. It was trauma until he learned how to deal with it. And then, like, literally, he learns how to deal with it and he deals with it. And then later he relapses. That's my biggest issue. I will always have issue with that in any show where a main character repeatedly relapses and never fucking learns their lesson. It's the same issue I have with Mushoku Tensei. Like, I like Mushoku Tensei at its core. I have begun to just hate Rudius. I do not like him as a protagonist because he just absolutely never grows. He grows in his skills, just not in his mentality. It doesn't stop the pain that comes with it, though. Yeah, but to a degree, you learn how to deal with pain. And I know that doesn't sound right, but that is largely true. Can anyone tell me anything that matters in season 3 of Log Horizon? I can't recall anything from it. There is stuff that matters there. It's just like without there being a payoff, without there being a season 4, no, really none of it actually matters. That is the issue that it has. Meanwhile, Rent a Girlfriend. Chat, what's the definition of insanity? Can anyone tell me? Do I want to do that? Probably not, unless I have to. Rent a Girlfriend has never been good. Gintama's good at every season. Oh, yeah. I love Gintama. You must have been watching a different show because the point of Mushoku is watching Rudius become a better person. Is it? That's wild because I've never fucking seen that. The man literally relapses and keeps sniffing panties in front of the girl he loves. Like, what? And then, like, every single freaking time he gets pulled in, I don't want to say too much because freaking spoilers, but, like, I don't know. It's one of those shows where I get deeply upset with the way that the writer writes the show, in effect. Doing the same thing all over and over and over again. Exactly. Is ReZero about growing up? I think it is to a degree, right? Like I think it's learning how to cope with death, so to speak. But I think there's a lot more going on in ReZero than just that. I really like Roxy because she's cute. Oh yeah, look, chat. I like the show to a degree, right? Like I really like the characters. I really was invested in the show. That's why I'm like so annoyed by it. It's straight up the author keeps doing stuff that basically is the polar opposite of what I, as the reader, would want him to do. Now, you can sit there and you can say, like, well, then don't watch. And my counter would be like, that's exactly what I've done. I just straight up, I stopped watching the show when I realized that the author was not going to write things in a way in which I would find pleasing. And that's where I said, okay, I'm done with it. It's fine. And it's like, I don't, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, you can't watch the show. But it is my opinion, and I will stick to it. Definition of insanity is Beetlejuice Romney. Yes. I've heard the new Beetlejuice movie's good. Orange, thank you for the resub. Metaphor is like Persona, but that would make it simile instead. I've heard that Metaphor is a blend of Persona and now I keep wanting to say Mushoku Tensei, but it's not Mushoku Tensei. It's freaking Shin Megami Tensei. Yeah, SMT. Thank you. Also been watching the Ranma remake. It looks good. Gonna be another fun one this season. I've never seen Ranma, honestly. And so I couldn't even say remotely anything about it. It becomes a good family man. Obviously, it takes time to get there. Mushoku doesn't have fast pace. No hate on you, just giving my different opinion. Oh no, it's all good. Where it really pissed me off, and chat, you can, argue with me on this one if you want, but where it truly pissed me off was basically, so not the current season, but the prior season with the whole school arc there, and the ending to the season before that. So the ending to the season, then leading into the school season, I thought was some of the dumbest writing I have ever seen. Because it was so plot convenient. I'm like, this just defies explanation because normal people won't act this way. Like, literally, the quote unquote, I'll just call it the love interest, does not tell Rudius, in spite of literally everybody telling them to tell Rudius and Rudius himself having figured it out. That is stupid. That is beyond stupid. Furthermore, in that arc, Rudius finds out why his entire family was displaced and proceeds to gloss right over it and go back to worrying about his ED. That's where I say, like, the character did not fucking grow. The character is only concerned about one thing and doesn't actually care. At least not at that point in time. Now, maybe the writer wrote it better in the future, but kind of lost me with that one. The way in which he wrote that was like, nah, this character is not a good person. Man is insecure as all hell, though. Exactly. Like this, he basically, in my eyes, with that entire arc, became somebody that I did not view as the protagonist anymore. He was not the protagonist of his own show. He was an anti-hero or maybe even an antagonist at that point in time. Do they play the let's not communicate to cause problems? Yes, that's the entire point of an entire season. Like, we're not talking like a couple episodes of drama. That is the entire point of the entire season, is let's not communicate to cause forced drama. That's, like I said, it's why I noped out of the show after that. I was like, nah, I'm done. I don't know. Some people didn't mind that arc. I fucking hated it. That was my big problem with it. Suggested. Uh-oh, is this one of the big ones? Yeah, it's a powerful enemy. Let's skip it for now. Doing the powerful enemy battles it's not actually hard, but it won't be fast. Okay, so it won't let me fight that one either. Eris is the shonen protag? Yeah, kind of to a degree. And so this is another one where, like I said, the ending to the prior season, right? I was not a fan of what Eris did. And I've been told that you'll find out and you'll have a different opinion on Eris later. Well, I watched the entire next season. I did not find out. I understand some things take time. I understand that the author needs to develop it, but I'm like, Yeah, I don't know, right? Like it's the same thing where like people keep telling me, and so I'm gonna make a lot of chat angry at me for this one probably. People keep telling me like, oh, Jujutsu Kaisen, yeah, no, you got to keep watching to the next arc. It gets so much better. Every single arc I've watched of Jujutsu Kaisen, people just keep fucking dying. It's just a bloodbath, and I keep getting all of my favorite characters killed. Why the fuck would I keep watching the show? That show is edgy for edgy's sake. That's exactly why I just stopped giving a shit about it. It ends bad? I'm sure it does. Because I think that author doesn't know what to do other than to undercut expectations, right? Like, if you like Jujutsu Kaisen, more power to you. I'm not gonna, again, get upset over that, right? But yeah, I don't know. To me, there's a point where it's like, I just don't agree with the writing style that's being chosen. Oh my god, it's another powerful enemy. You are my special. Yeah, I like the characters in Jujutsu Kaisen. At least like up to the Shibuya arc, right? Like to me, the show was good up until that point. But it's at that point that you realize what the author is going for and who the real protagonist of the show is. And you've been sold a lie for the entire like first 2 seasons of the show. And that I don't like. I don't like having my time wasted like that. So another example of this was God, what was the name of the anime? Plunderer. Chat, how many of you guys have seen Plunderer, right? So in Plunderer, there is this concept that I would like to refer to as the turn. The turn is a major shift in the plot. The story was absolutely not what it seemed until 10 episodes in. That's bullshit. Like, if you can't deliver me on the premise of your show in the first 10 episodes and you're going to fundamentally change how the show works from then on out, no, that's stupid. I'm okay giving like the plot some time, right? Like if you want to take like 3 or so episodes to do like some big reveal, I think that's okay. But you should not fundamentally change the core of the show that deep in, right? And that's exactly where I have issue. It feels to me it's a rug pull is what I'd like to call it. When you rug pull me, I stop caring because I go like, oh, okay, if I don't like the new premise, like you're taking this gamble, and if I don't like the new premise, why should I keep watching? Because what's to stop you from doing it again? I trust nothing the creator of Plunder does because that's his thing. Yeah, and you shouldn't, right? I remember that insane twist. Yep. And I liked Plunder up to that point. But when he did the twist, I was like, that's stupid. Has anyone been trying to use it in their teapots? That's exactly what I'm doing right now, Ed. Haven't watched the anime, only read the manga, and I really enjoyed it. I see. Yeah, like, I think these sorts of things, when you do a twist like that, it is going to be polarizing. It is a huge risk. Some people will like it, some people will not. I think, in general, I side against doing such huge of a twist. And the reason why is because people are watching, reading, consuming your media for some reason. Why then would you, that deep in, decide to change why they're doing it? Another example that I'll give you that's close of this happening is I think a lot of people felt like that's what was going on with Vinland Saga. That's why a lot of people didn't like season 2 of Vinland Saga. The only difference I can say for Vinland Saga is that was 100% foreshadowed. It was 100% the case all along. People just really liked the original like bloody, gory premise of Vinland Saga. They didn't get the actual message that the show was trying to tell them right from the very first episode. So I don't think that was a rug pull so much as people just didn't like the direction that the show was headed down. What'd you think of the Attack on Titan twist? Okay, without spoilers, you're going to have to be a little bit more specific because there are a lot of twists in Attack on Titan. So which specific one are you referring to? Happy birthday. Thank you, William. Hello, Ingora. The basement. I think I was fine. I have no issue with the basement. My biggest issue with Attack on Titan is season 4. It's, hey, here is when you go into the basement, it is like a mind-opening, world-expanding moment for the series. I have never in my entire life seen a series or a show or a movie or anything that suddenly went like, you know what? Here is the entire world. You now know about it. We are now going to wrap things up. I have never, ever, ever, ever seen a series do that. It's one of the stupidest decisions I've ever seen. And I don't know the story behind that. I don't know if that's the author just wanted to be done or he was getting harassed to wrap it up, right? I'm not sure which. All I know is I've never seen a series do that, where it expanded the world only to put an end to it, only to contract it immediately. Didn't Togashi do that with Hunter x Hunter and just disappeared? Yeah, but I think the difference there is that Togashi's in theory not done. He's just not able to keep writing, right? Because didn't he get sick, chat? So I think that's different where it's yeah, he's just kind of as a person fallen off a cliff and not really been able to do more, as opposed to, yeah, oh my god, the author is just suddenly thrown all this lore at you. They've expanded what you now know, and boom, we're gonna put an end to it. His health isn't great in general, yeah. Yeah, hiatus ex hiatus. Not his actual fault, yeah. So, and that's right. To me, yeah, that can be a thing, but if it's personal issues related, that's one thing versus hey, I'm just gonna suddenly expand the world then put an end to it. That's really weird to me. I don't understand that. Season 4 felt more like a spinoff than a conclusion of the ongoing story. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you here, and I'm gonna say I haven't watched the actual ending. But the reason I haven't watched the actual ending is because I already know what the ending is. But I don't know. I just think it's a really, really odd way of doing it. I feel like you had so much more content that you could have written there, so much more you could have expanded upon the lore, and you chose not to. Which is wild, because Attack on Titan, especially with the basement, it was at its peak. That's, people were hyped for it. People wanted to know. And then you finally tell people, and then you decide to end the show. It's what? It's really odd to me. And then you can tell too, because even with the anime, they've tried to milk it. They're trying desperately not to end it, and yet it had to end at a certain point. Which season was season 4? I just refer to everything after the basement as season 4. There is no final season. It's all the final season. But yeah, that's the biggest issue I had with it. So it's pacing matters, and that's where, to me, again, it's the same thing. It's you want to go 3 episodes before you make a big turn in the show, that's fine. You want to go 10 episodes, that's an insult. I think that's where pacing matters. It's where, hey, look, you need to get on with it. It needs to be done in a timely manner. pacing is something I think, especially like you guys know, like I had to write some of the Aurelia lore and everything like that, and it's like I had people saying like, why didn't you like write more here? Why didn't you add more here? I'm like, because pacing. That's the truth of the matter. It's like you can always expand on something later, but you need things to flow well in the moment. And if things don't flow well in the moment, you're fucking up. You need to go back and make sure they actually like flow well. That is writing 101 is pacing. So it's like if you can't handle pacing well, you're just not a good writer in general, is what I would say. It was an anime only for it, then my biggest issue would have been the release timings for the seasons. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know, right? Like they're always kind of that way with certain shows, and I don't get why, but it is what it is. At some point, I think something will give in the anime industry where either they're going to start paying people more, or like the industry itself is going to end up imploding because they just never actually like end up getting enough people to actually get in there and do the work. Hello, Cal. How's it going? Last Arcs are okay. Yeah, I like with Attack on Titan. I think the ending is kind of stupid, but I don't like hate it. It's not like it's impossible or anything like that to me. It's more like I disagree with the choice that got made, but it is what it is. And I think that's again trying not to spoil here, right? But that's I think that's an issue that has been very prominent recently in anime in general. Is this idea, this concept of like a protagonist not having like a decent ending after you have sat there and invested like years of your time to like consuming the media. I heard that was largely the case with like My Hero with the manga, and I'm like, yeah, I can see why people will be upset if the ending is anything less than stellar, because it's one of those things where people become so invested in it, they really want to see like this character succeed. And if you don't give them that, they're going to be disappointed. They're going to be upset. I don't blame people when they kind of get on to the writer for that sort of stuff, because that's, to me, either the writer didn't know how they wanted to end it, or the writer wanted to end it that way because it was their ideal, but they weren't giving the basically the readers what they wanted. They chose their own desire over the readers. And I don't think that's a problem so much as it's just naturally not going to be popular if you do that. Could thank you for the 25. How's it going, bud? Have I had a good birthday so far? I have. Today's been pretty chill, which is honestly nice for a change. I definitely still feel a little sleep deprived. I'm actually sunburnt from all of the like work that I did outside over the weekend. But I am subsisting. I'm fine, and everything's good after the hurricane. So, hot take: I've been disappointed by most of the big shonen anime these past few years. Yeah, I think shonen has an issue in general with how to end. Because if you're going to end a shonen anime, like you got to think about like what the overall like archetype is for shonen is like this power struggle, this power fantasy. So ending it if like you try to make the main character like powerless or something, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I think like rather than like robbing the character of their powers, or rather than like just advancing it on where like the main character just wins and nothing ever changes, if you make that main character at least go down in like a blaze of glory, that would at least be an epic ending. And I haven't seen a shonen truly do that in a long time. So I'd be curious to see how such an ending would be perceived. But Yeah, I think that's kind of the issue that a lot of people are having with recent shonens is just like the main character ends up not getting a fitting ending for them. Sunburns can be draining on your energy. It's fine. I don't like sunburns, but unfortunately I've been sunburned a few times before. Once including really badly. Powerful enemy. Okay, good. Just large group of fish. And there's the last one with 2 hours to spare. Happy birthday, sorry I'm late. No, it's all good. That sounds like a seinen ending. I know, and that's where it's like, I kind of wonder though, because there is a point, and this is the shonen struggle is usually that like basically it's power creep incarnate, right? So like with a shonen, you're like, okay, first I defeat this enemy that's stronger than me. Then I get set back. Then I defeat another enemy that's stronger than me. Then I get set back. Then I defeat another enemy that's stronger than me. Then I get set back. And like somewhere at this point, chat, you're at the point where like you're now beating up like freaking gods and shit like that, like the most powerful people in that world. This is the shonen problem. What do you do when you kill God? How do you write your way out of that? Bleach did it by pulling a big reset. They said, oh, okay, we killed Aizen. Well, we didn't kill Aizen, right? But like, we defeated Aizen, but it took everything. Now our character is right back at square zero and has no powers. And everyone hated that. So another trope is, well, now there's a more powerful god. And then there's a more powerful god, and people don't like this because eventually you go like, okay, this is boring now. Like the character has already ascended to stupid heights. We already know they're going to do this. An example of this is Dragon Ball. Chat, what's the Dragon Ball formula? Goku appears. Goku gets his butt kicked. Goku trains. Goku comes back. Goku wins. And it is this arc over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. There's some variation in that, but that is the Dragon Ball arc, right? Like, this is the issue that a lot of shonen have. They get very formulaic with this. With Vegeta losing in between. No. Vegeta is inverse Goku, okay? Allow me to explain. Vegeta shows up. Vegeta wins. Vegeta then proceeds to talk shit. Vegeta then loses. This is the exact problem that Vegeta always has. Vegeta is the equivalent of like that kid at the table where the mother keeps like telling the kid, stop playing with your food. Vegeta plays with his food. And then eventually, just like the kid, Vegeta accidentally hits the freaking spoon on the edge of the freaking table and launches the food all the way across the table into his grandmother's face or something like that. Like, he basically fucks around and finds out. Goku lost in Tournament of Power? Right, and why is it that everyone keeps remembering Tournament of Power and why a lot of people like Tournament of Power, right? Like, that's kind of why. It's when the formula gets broken that people actually enjoy it more. Is it hard to tell a lot of the DBZ characters apart? No, I wouldn't say it is. They all have their unique designs, but I can certainly say that it's all within the same art style, right? So it's like if the art style is not particularly appealing to you, they might look samey. That's the thing, though. He's the ego big bad part 1 guy. Oh yeah, I know. Vegeta, but it's fun. Yes. Vegeta then trains, Vegeta gets stronger, Vegeta starts to win, Vegeta talks shit and then loses again. Yep. He didn't win in the Black Arc either or in the Cell Arc? What do you mean? Goku absolutely won in the Cell Arc. Goku let his kid kick Cell's ass, but then his kid fucked up, and then he's like, alright, fine, but I'm still gonna just like come in here and main protagonist this shit. He literally just goes, alright, cool. I'm just gonna teleport you to wait, it's not Mr. Popo, is it? Who King Kai. He just teleports him to King Kai's friggin' planet. Now, Cell comes back, but like meh. He just hits King Kai with the greatest crank call ever. That was more Goku helped Gohan win. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is like, at the end of the day, Goku still kind of won that. Did Goku die? Yeah, but Goku... That's not even the first time Goku had died, chat. Like... Where else was he supposed to dump off Cell? Exactly! It's not like he could just dump him off in the void or something like that. He would never do that. He wears a halo more than he doesn't? Oh, yeah. You can literally teleport to a person's location. I know. Well, is it a person's or is it... it has to be a location that he knows from, like, memory, right? I don't remember what the specific is there, but... If Gohan didn't shield Vegeta from Cell, would he really need Goku's help at the end? Let's be honest, you're asking the wrong question. If Vegeta didn't allow Cell to live and get stronger so that he could have a better fight, would we even be having this conversation? Like, everything that happened there, low-key Vegeta's fault. Low-key Vegeta's fault. I was talking to my coworker and he was telling me that he got Sparking Zero and that he's been having a blast with it because apparently he hasn't like watched the entirety of DBZ himself, but he was saying that he was playing with some friends, he was having a big blast with it. And I was talking to him about DBZ Abridged and I was like, oh no, you gotta watch it. If Krillin just blew 18 up, Vegeta wouldn't have a choice to let Cell evolve. No. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Let's be real. Let's be real here. Which of you would have actually blown up 18? You can't blame Krillin. You can't blame Krillin. You can definitely blame Vegeta. If Goku would have taken his pills, he would have killed Dr. Goro, and we wouldn't have the Cell situation either. You know what? That's a fair point. But, conversely, if Vegeta had not continued to play with his food, he would have beaten Goku, and then we wouldn't have DBZ at all. So it's still Vegeta's fault. Like, I can keep going back. If Krillin didn't land 18, he'd be the most clowned on character in fandom, surpassing Yamcha. That's true. I do agree with that. Cad, someone dying in DBZ means nothing because Dragon Balls. See, you say that, and I hate to ask this question because I don't actually know, but has anyone ever wished Cell to come back? Like, I think I gave up on DBZ before it ever got, like, beyond... where did I end DBZ? I think it was shortly after the Cell arc. Cell 2.0, kinda, if you count GT. Why? No, but they wished Frieza back. Who the fuck would wish Frieza back? Hey, Musaki, how's it going? Sorry, we're having a debate over whose fault this is. Goku? Why? Manga ended with Boo. After that, it's all anime. So I don't remember if I finished the Boo arc, but I definitely started the Boo arc. But it was necessary, you gotta believe him. No, it wasn't. Frieza actually became a team player. It's crazy. What? Because Goku is fight sexual? Yeah, but I mean, we can't just say that that's Goku, right? Because it's definitely Vegeta as well. Frieza was revived by a rogue soldier, got killed again, and then got brought back by Goku. What? So he's had 3 chances? Kat, have you watched DB Super? I've never watched Super. Wait, is Super the one that's like considered non-canonical at this point? Because I remember like one of them kind of is. Happy birthday to you. Thank you, Jackie. Appreciate it. No, that's GT. Okay. So is Super like not good? Because I never hear anyone really talk about Super. Super is good. Super is fine. I like Super. But, okay, so chat. But which is better, Super or Z? Okay, this kind of makes my point. He got wished back once, then a literal fucking angel randomly gave him his life back as a reward for his participation in the Tournament of Power. I see. Yeah, it's been forever since I've watched, so I don't freaking remember. Isn't the new one that's set after Super airing soon? I mean, I guess they could, but it would be like post Toriyama, right? Like spin of timelines and games, Beast Gohan. Wait, Beast Gohan? Wait, what do you mean Beast Gohan? Like, you mean like Saiyan Gohan? Like with the tail? Or do you mean like something else? Dragon Ball superhero movie? Gohan unlocks a new form? Oh no. Gohan Blanco. Everyone's a child again, which I find lame personally. I see. There's an orange Piccolo. Piccolo. So wait, yeah, would he be Piccadilly then? There's already the hands-on writer before Toriyama's passing. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't mind with a series continuing on past the original author as long as it's trying to stay true to it. Because, right, like, I know that's kind of been the case with like Berserk as well, where it's like, oh, he kind of told people how he wanted the series to end, so they're gonna finish it. I'm okay with stuff like that. I'm also okay with continuing it on as long as they continue to do it justice. But I think at that point you need somebody to kind of ride herd on like continuity and stuff like that, so that you don't end up with a GT situation again. Oh wait, so Daima occurs between Z and Super? That's weird. Hottest DBZ waifu. All right, chat, guess. You have one guess. This isn't who you think is the hottest. This is who you think I think is the hottest. Now, I'll just warn you, I haven't seen Super or GT, so. Is this really even a competition? No, it's not. It's definitely 18. I do like Bulma, though. Bulma's nice. The only issue I have with Bulma is that she literally shacked up with Vegeta. Capsule Corp Tech, yeah. Dragon Ball Universe lost a big Fate, just Fate Universe CAD? Wait, what do you mean? Thoughts on 21? So everybody keeps telling me 21's hot. I'm not a huge fan of 21. I think it's the whole like boo thing that just it's like no. It's the same reason like when people bring up to me like when I'm playing WoW and they're like, oh yeah, the Draenei are hot. I'm like, nah, like Tails don't do it for me. I'm sorry. I would have believed Launch as well. Let me remember how Launch looks. This has been a hot second. Okay, yeah. Wait, so hold on. Is Launch a blonde or is Launch a blue-haired girl? I'm confused. Both, okay. God, yeah, it's been so freaking long. I feel like I need to actually, like, instead of just watching Abridged, I need to actually sit down and watch, like, Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z again. She sneezes, she changes. That's right! Yes, okay. Yeah. Gentle and tomboy. Yeah. Toriyama forgot she existed. No! Thank you, yes. Perfect Cell singing I Did It My Way. Sneeze Lady is nice too. Mm-hmm. Only shown once in DBZ and that's it? Yeah. This is perfect song. I know. I did it my way. I never knew who Launch was because I haven't watched OGDB, but have played some games with her in it. Chat, I haven't watched the original Dragon Ball since I was like 12. I'd have to like think back, but did you see the rocket catch yesterday? No. Is launch and sparking 0? I assume no. Wait, what is this? The tower caught the rocket? That's wild. That's friggin' wild. Like,
we're now down to 3 Raptor engines. We can see those chopsticks now in the air.
that's friggin' insane.
Booster running current shutdown.
Megadilla has caught the booster. This is absolutely insane.
They did to catch their first try.
Successfully caught the super heavy booster back at the launch tower. What an incredible view!
I do like that they just show the employees going freaking nuts, but like, so does anyone know like why they're doing this? Is it to like help the rocket be reusable? I have no idea. I haven't paid any attention to any of that, so. Probably something like that, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's great if they can do stuff like that, because I think it's like one of the biggest issues with like trying to expand space travel and everything is that like if everything is expendable, it starts to get just crazy bad expensive versus if you actually like have the ability to reuse assets, that should work a lot better. But I don't know. I think that's just a problem that we're gonna have to figure out in the future. So hopefully that's a solution, but I'm more worried about what happens when it doesn't catch the rocket. Like it's great that it caught it, but what if it doesn't catch it? Rockets being reusable is cool, otherwise it just becomes space junk that orbits Earth. Yep. It's a start. Oh yeah, they have to rebuild the tower. Catching the rocket was an option. Well, yeah. So what happens when the tower doesn't catch it? Also, then what happens when it totally whiffs and just doesn't go back to the tower at all? Not that that's likely to happen, but it's a concern, right? Okay, chat. So again, I got my teapots done. If you're somebody that's out there and you have like 70 teapots, my advice, don't try to use them all. It's probably not worth it. Consider what it cost you to get them and consider what it will cost you to use them. and whether or not you find value there. If you have more apples than you care to like deal with, then by all means feel free to pop some. But I my personal advice is if you have like that many and you've only got like 2 hours left, I'm not even sure it's possible, but like, yeah, I wouldn't bother too much. There's an anime about space junk. Yeah, it's called Cowboy Bebop. Challenger happens? No. Okay, though, chat. Let's play some Metaphor as we get metaphorical. I've heard good things about this game. Everybody that I know that's touched it so far has been really liking it. I have never played a Persona game. I have never played a Shin Megami Tensei. So, like, I guess I'm in for some wild experiencing here. Yes, the Day of Fate. Somebody had this queued up, of course. It's black screen for me, by the way. Okay. Select a language. Chat, keyboard and mouse or controller? I assume controller for this. Shit, what's the full name of the game? It's Metaphor Re Fantasio? I have to disclose that I received this key for free, chat, so the developers were nice enough to give me one. Controller, always controller. Okay. I don't know about always controller, chat, but also I like how Relay is just dancing off the screen again. Let me get my controller out here real fast. There we go. Proceed with English text. Yes. Ooh, okay, chat. So Japanese or English? I leave this one up to chat. I actually normally like playing with English audio on stream because it lets me read chat a little bit more. But if you guys prefer Japanese, we can go with Japanese. The dub is actually good. Is it? Where's my controller? There we go. Okay. Atlas is known for having pretty good English dubs. All right, chat, hear me out. Let's try it on English. Let's try it on English. A network connection will enable some in-game features. I'm terrified of that, but sure. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna turn that down till the monster is barely visible. Yep, I can't even see it. I never do that shit. Whenever they're like, oh, turn it down so you can't see it, I'm like, no. Part of the reason is I get tired of, like, in certain games, basically, like, oh, they hide stuff in dark corners and you just can't freaking find it. I don't care about, like, the jump scare aspect as much. I just don't want to, like, be unable to find something because the room is too freaking dark. Just everything in this is coincidental. None of this actually means anything. This is telling you. Also, beware people that suffer from seizures. It's so you can see what other players are doing at this point in the game. I see. So I have no idea what any of this is about. Obviously, I know this is kind of like their take at a more like fantastical medieval esque setting, but it's not like pure medieval. It's like tech medieval.
I trust this will suffice.
God smiles upon the generous.
Oh, away with you! Back to your cesspit, beggar!
Ooh, cesspit. Let's go. Is there no music here?
A land grotesque as its people. You dreamt of utopia. You saw the tribes united as one. Oh. That dream died long ago. You should have done the same.
Wait, why you gotta kill him? He looks like he's already about to die anyway.
Your kingdom will perish alongside you.
Father. Say it. Say father, because I know you're his son. That's the trope. You've got to be his son.
By my hand.
I cannot fathom it. His Majesty killed in his own bed.
The blooms upon the prince's grave had yet to wilt. Without an heir to wear the crown, what will become of the royal magic?
Thus vulnerable, an invasion might undo us.
From within or without, the state hangs on a precipice. It may even come to civil war.
In dark times, we must stand together.
Your Eminence.
Who could do this? Few could even enter the king's chambers, let alone draw close. And yet
His Majesty's arcane power could deflect near any blade. With all the royal bloodline's magic, who could harm him at all?
shadows stir in the castle just as they did with the prince. What hellbound soul could end a royal life? Who would dare such atrocity? Huh?
I did it.
Luis.
A shame to die with no heirs. The prince was taken too soon. And only a king may wield the royal scepter, the very crux of his vaunted bloodline's magic, which made such a fine deterrent to war. One has to ask, them dead, who shall take the throne?
Me. I will take it. Wait, I'm so confused. Why is this just Tokyo again? Or is this just an Atlas intro? And I've never seen it before. I turn them off. I like them on sometimes in case I can't understand the word that they're trying to say, or if they're using like some sort of new term. Metafora rifantasio. Chat, how's the sound? Everything good? I'll leave the frame rate limit on. Okay. Don't care. Is there any sort of graphics or like motion blur? Yep. In we go. I haven't seen any motion blur. Yeah, just by default, I go in and I check that shit right before we begin. I don't like motion blur at this point. I can play with it on, but usually you guys are the ones that complain. And even for me,
I can feel you watching me from a place beyond my sight.
I don't really care for it.
Whoever you are, please tell me. Does our world pique your interest? Pardon my curiosity, but would you tell me your name? That is to say, tell me who you really are. The one who meets my eyes across a strange threshold.
Who shall guide the protagonist? It's me, protagonist. John M4, I see.
Ah, a most unusual name. One I've never heard in our world. Which suggests to me you might reside in a world beyond ours. It is a curious thing that in your eyes, my entire world is but the dawn of a story yet untold.
Okay, cool fourth wall break.
Or to put it another way, this is a fantasy. But can it truly be dismissed as something so far removed from you? If indeed you wish to cross to our world for a time, I would first ask that you indulge one question. Is fantasy limited to the confines of imagination? Would you call it a powerless creation?
No.
More than wishful thinking, more than fiction. Something capable of affecting the realities beyond its bounds. This must be what you believe. I confess, my own answer still eludes me. But consider, if fantasy is born from hope, a desire to make the world better than it is, then that hope can be made manifest. Thus does change come, and thus is fantasy forged into a new reality. Perhaps the story about to unfold before you will tell us. I'm thoroughly invested now myself. So, let this tale begin.
Okay. Alright, so we have Storyteller for those who wish to focus purely on the story. Battles pose no threat of death. Difficulty can be changed later on. Standard difficulty would be Thrill and Challenge. For players who want intense battles, the difficulty can be changed later on. Regicide, a high-risk, high-reward mode for only battle-hardened players. Let's go with hard. And we'll see.
Looks like we're in the clear. The capital's just through this desert.
Is it true then? The king is dead? Aye, and the guards are more concerned with the funeral than keeping the roads safe. So now the monsters are roaming in broad daylight. No soldiers to stop them.
Monsters, huh? I've certainly been hearing the stories.
To say nothing of the vacant throne. There's a storm coming. Mark my words. That much is certain.
Big ears, yeah.
What's the problem?
They're bandits!
Come on, let's see some respect for the militia! Us folk, we're commoners. No crown or church will save us.
But Lord Luis will save us one and all. All we ask is a little tribute. You're with us or against us? And if you're against us...
An igniter? How'd they get one of those?
Music sounds like Fire Emblem. That's what it feels like they're going for.
Huh? Look at you. What have we got here? He's an elder.
So he is.
No horns, no knife-ears. Filthy gremlin like you. What you got in the capital? Oh, what's this? Looks like you've been holding out on us, boy.
What, so he's just a normal human?
Hold it! Should have listened to us, chum. Now fall in line! Unless you want to get stuck like us.
Like what?
You drew steel. I take it you are prepared to die by it.
Stand aside!
Damn, kicked him off a cliff. Yeah, the main character, like, the criticism that I heard people say is that he just looks like every other, like Atlas protagonist ever.
Ugh, this place already feels like a death trap. You hear all that stuff about Lord Louis saving us? Hey, you okay? You still got all your limbs attached? Well, at least they didn't figure out our mission. Definitely could have gone worse.
What mission?
Come on! This is no time for jokes. You do know that if anyone finds out who we really are, it's all over, right? The mission's more important than either of our lives. If we screw this up, there's no going back.
Chat, Pixie low-key kind of cute. Yeah. And she doesn't say, hey, listen. Radia Desert.
Think we'll make it?
Okay, so not every line's voiced. I'm thinking we should find a place where we can see the whole. Hold R2 while moving to dash. Press circle to dodge enemy attacks. Let's see which way to go. In the main menu.
Let's go. Stop!
Okay. Damn, I didn't go very far.
Watch out!
Phase sight. This ability lets you see what Gallica senses in the environment.
Okay. Run!
I can't save. I kind of want to fight it
Pretty
though.
tough. Careful now. Not to nag. Your health is pretty low.
Okay. Oh god, I'm doing like no damage to that thing.
They look pretty tough. Careful now. Strong ones ahead. We gotta be careful. Look!
I wasn't expecting an action game. Neither was I.
Just checking, but you do remember what we're here to do, right?
Right. What am I doing again?
Oh, I don't know. The mission that's more important than our own lives? First, we get to the royal capital and get you enlisted as a guardsman at the army's recruitment center. This could decide the fate of the whole country. We either do our jobs or we die. And if it's all the same to you, I'd rather stay alive. So we've got to see this mission through. Come on. We don't want the sun to go down on us in the wastes.
Okay.
Let's pull ourselves together and get back on the road. You know what they say. Anxiety breeds the world's cruelest monsters. I mean, fairies say that at least.
What? Breeds? Breeds, do you say?
I can at least cast my usual spell for you. It's the small comforts.
Right.
It's as though music is playing directly in my mind. The effect of Calica's magic is inspiring. Is this canonical explanation for why there's music in the game?
Music was the first magic this world ever knew, after all. Makes the road a little easier. Look! Over there!
What a relief Grand Trad is already in sight.
Let's go. Got a sec? Everything's pretty standard.
So I still can't fight, like, any of this.
Oh, I think they see us. Stay vigilant. These ones aren't messing around. Not good! Run for it!
Why are we getting this kid?
8 tribes and 3 nations, all blessed by the power of magic. The United Kingdom of Uchronia. The year is 785. Uchronia is shaken to the core by the sudden death of its king. Anxiety breeds dissent among the tribes. Disparities tear them apart, and no mortal mind remembers the heroic tales upon which their land was built.
I mean, that makes no
Like a
sense.
story of fantasy. May this faded world be painted anew.
The stories are handed down even to the point of being handed down orally. So there would surely be at least some sort of tall tale. Okay. Dadgum. Yeah, pretty much.
Whoa, just look!
Whoa.
Get on with it then! Drop the dog! Hang him dead! Please! I've done nothing wrong!
Oh,
Lying
Jesus.
dog! Don't try to deny it! You trample the law for the fun of it!
Let it be known, for misuse of an igniter, you will hang by the neck until dead!
Yeah!
There's no way that crowd was going to listen to anything a Paribus said.
Wow.
Such a shame.
They're really going all in with
Spare
this.
some coin. Bless you.
The tactics, yeah.
Oh,
careful!
Hurry.
Don't you have any street smarts? Come on, kid! Look, we're not tourists here. We gotta stay focused.
Right.
You noticed back on the wagon? You might be the only Elder here, in the whole city even.
Yeah, so it seems like Elda's just basic human, is what I'm reading.
Capital's incredible. Just look at all the different tribes. You never see this kind of diversity out in the countryside. Not that it's very balanced. I see more Flamars and Roussants than anyone else. Which means a dopey Elda kid's gonna stick out like a sore thumb. Try to keep your head down, okay?
Hey, did you hear what they're saying about His Majesty? They say it wasn't illness at all. I heard it was foul play, assassination.
Shh, careful who hears you say that.
But it's just like the prince, isn't it? They say he was attacked in the dead of night. A war of succession is coming, I tell you.
Sounds like monsters have been prowling the countryside. They're sending the guard out to deal with them. The army's really gone to hell. It's a far cry from when we had Count Luis at the helm, I'll tell you that much.
Hard to see how the nation can come back from this.
We'd not have to ask if the prince was still alive.
The king dead, his son stricken. Are there none left to bear the weight of the crown?
We've done all in our power, but not even the kingdom's best, the saint, could purify this affliction.
Oh, so the son's not dead.
Over 10 years he has languished under this curse. How much longer can his body hold out? No doubt his highness would protest. But since he cannot, we have no choice. For the man who cursed his highness and murdered our king, there can be no mercy. I never thought I would have to ask this of you. But there are so few of us left now. Will you infiltrate the military to deliver a message to our contact there? This is your mission. For all our sakes, you cannot fail.
Magic vapes, yes.
Hey, are you listening? Well, I guess I can't blame you for feeling nostalgic. You and the prince were pretty close. Anyway, getting to the capital was only the beginning. Now comes the real high-stakes part. You gotta go get enlisted so you can meet up with our operative.
How was my character and the prince pretty close? The prince has been under for 10 years. Like, how old is my character?
Remember, nobody here knows who we are. Nobody here knows the prince might still have a claim to the throne. That means if we get busted, that's it. Nobody's gonna save us. Step 1. Let's figure out where the recruitment center is. Shouldn't be too hard, considering the need for soldiers.
Yeah, it's the only thing that's weird is like, why do you need soldiers if the whole world's united? Okay, if you're unsure what to do, try pressing triangle. Gallica always has good ideas, or so she thinks.
Whatever will I do?
Okay. We can save.
Let's go see.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Whatever will I do? Oh, come off it.
What's wrong with me being here? Isn't it obvious? The church has made it clear. The Elder wield devilish magic that defies the teachings of sanctism? Yo, hottie?
An elder?
Damn. So you?
Oh? Rippus woman? Hey, yo? I have a good view.
Damn. An elder? Here?
You little bastard, you.
Christopher and army faster than this carriage can exit the city.
If I may. An elder? Here?
This place.
But we can't afford it?
Look at that. The new model's out now. I could be out there slinging spells like a master if I had one of those.
I guess that's the big city for you. Everyone and their mother has a magic igniter. So many different types, too.
Now I want one.
Now I want one for myself.
Yeah, until you see the price tag. Can't imagine what it's like having to wave around some shiny stick to use magic. Me? I can whip out magic anytime I like. And I can even see the Magla in the air. Though, I'm not exactly an archmage.
Wonders never cease. A fairy and an elden child. Are you new to our fair city? Well, I suggest you keep a low profile. Trust me when I say you don't want to catch the eyes of the lords and ladies. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I run this humble shop. Are you in the market for an igniter? Here's something that might catch a foreigner's eye. This is modeled after the royal scepter and would make the perfect souvenir.
The royal scepter?
You've really never heard of it. Wow. Where do I even start?
A symbol and instrument of the crown's sovereignty. Passed down through generations. If you believe the legends, it houses incredible magic.
Okay.
World-shattering power. More practically, you might call it the world's most potent magic igniter. And in the king's hands, it was enough of a deterrent to stave off invasion.
Now he's dead. With no living heir either.
Tragic, isn't it? Kingly magic is of little use without a king. You picked a bad time to visit, boy. I don't know why you're here, but there's trouble brewing.
I'll keep that in mind.
A word of caution, then. Your survival is your own responsibility.
Well, that was unnecessarily ominous. Anyway, we don't have time to hang around chatting with the locals. We've got a recruitment office to find.
She could have at least given me an igniter for free. Especially since I'm such a poor and endangered species.
This is a joy!
Brigida Lycaon.
You are.
Down the street towards the cathedral will be the building on the left. Okay.
Grant me guidance.
Of the Grand Cathedral, naturally His Eminence Forden will be in attendance as well.
Oh God, grant me guidance. What am I to do?
Think this church had him wrapped around their finger. He was as good as dead to begin with.
Leave it out, mate.
Oh, guess we're into the new zone. Really good, like, crisp loading scenes. Sharper eyes than I thought. We don't want to draw attention, but hiding your tribe is only going to make it worse. People may insult you, but do your best to stand tall. Just ahead.
You there?
This dude's wearing a box on his head.
Hey, sorry.
Bye-bye now. I'm out of ideas.
Dude, there's so many like rumors that pop up on the screen.
I'm out of ideas.
And I assume I'm being timed. Or I at least have a like the date's gonna change when I talk to certain people. Sanctifex Forden. Forden will become the next king, okay.
My wits have left me.
Excellent. Elden rubbish.
Like the white hair and the lashes? Yeah.
That must be the recruitment center. I'll let you take it from here. It should be pretty straightforward. Oh, and if they start asking questions, just be as honest as you can. Lying will only make us more suspicious. So long as you don't compromise the mission, you're fine. Good luck in there. Knock 'em dead.
Tell them the truth. I'm here to infiltrate the military.
Okay, you got this.
For money.
A blue blood, are you? The army's no place for velvet-swaddled lordlings. Why are you here? Perhaps your noble family collapsed under its
Slid
own
off the
weight.
screen. Let me
Is
see.
that it?
Oh, what the heck? She's like bugged out. Gordolf, yeah.
Lineage seems a strange measure for a soldier's worth. I'm looking to enlist. Is that enough for you or not?
An apathy
This guy has main character energy.
Fine, lordling. Welcome to the Guard, where it'll be your privilege to die screaming and bloody in service of your country. But mark my words, war will turn your arrogance to piss. When your corpse is plucked from the mud, do try to look patriotic.
What the heck? Let me try reloading her.
Rousing words, Captain. You think threats will buy loyalty? No wonder nobody respects the Guard anymore.
Game is this? This is Metaphor Refantazio. This is the new game from Atlas.
So, perhaps the kingdom isn't.
Should remind you of like Persona and Shin Megami Tensei.
Insolent pup! You will learn your place.
Don't. The healers have enough on their plates already.
Be gone, and be thankful you're still in one piece. All right, next. Hurry it up.
Okay, let's try this again.
An
There we go.
Elder? I thought your kind was long gone. Age 18.
There you
An
go, we're
orphan,
18.
too. The army can always use more of those. So, what brings you to enlist?
I want to fight
Oh,
for
shit.
real change.
Lofty words for a gutter rat with an empty coin purse, no? So, what can you bring to our beloved corps? Any skills to speak of?
So wait, is this like me setting up my character, chat? Or is this just me trying to bullshit my way through the interview? I'm just curious if anyone actually knows. This sets your starting stats. Okay. Because I assume that's, strength, so like melee. Sharp mind? Might be magic? That's tank? That's like a rogue? And fuck if I know what lucky is.
I'm stronger than I look.
With arms like that, you'd have to be. Right, last order of business. Make your mark or sign your name if you're actually literate.
Please enter the name of the story's protagonist. We're gonna name it my actual name. Because I already named the person controlling the protagonist.
You know your letters, do you? We'll get some use out of you yet. All right, lad. Welcome to the Guard.
Yes!
I'm sure you heard about the monster sightings, so stay sharp out there. We're short-handed as it is, so be a good lad and try not to get killed on your first employment. You can pick up your kit at reception. Standard issue guardsman armor and igniter. Kingdom property. So if you break it, it's coming out of your commission. On your way now. Up to... Ned!
Typical British military guy. No choice but to wait our turn.
Whatever. Whoa.
You really a noble? I'm a noble, but just a countryside son of a lord. The family is of no real consequence. Volunteering to fight in order to protect the kingdom, foolish or not.
What's the world coming to?
God's own scriptures, that's where. Are we gonna kill God again?
Look at that.
Wanted posters. Hey, thank you for the 10 bits, Reyes. Hope you're doing good today. Okay, so I'm not allowed to cut. I'll be surprised if you only kill one god. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that that's kind of how like the Persona series is.
What? Of those huge monsters? You think that's why we're low on soldiers? Wish they'd have told us that. What did they call them? Something like,
Umbaba? Umbaba?
Next.
Humans?
Another Clamar. Wait. No. You don't look like the others. Surely not. An elder? It's the first of your kind I've seen.
Move it. There's a priority around here. We're arming squires and children with igniters now. Waste of good gear. It's better off in my hands. Give it here.
Brute force. Crude insults. The world is yours for the taking.
Care to say that again, boy?
We all have our reasons to enlist. Now get back in line.
Oh, another high and mighty Clamar, is it? You think your pretty words will measure up to pure Rousant strength?
Oh, forget the tribes. This is a matter of pride. Now, you owe us both an apology.
Come on, no fighting in the ranks.
Sorry for making a scene. You all right?
Thanks.
Thanks. You didn't have to do that.
I could have just said I had it handled.
Just felt like stepping in. Don't worry about it. Well, see you around. Try not to die out there.
Oh, that's a death flag.
Don't make my job any harder, please. Here, your igniter. These days, most come with their own magna crystals. So with practice, anyone can use magic. To an extent, anyway. It's not the sort of thing you can master in a day. For now, newbies like you best focus on surviving.
Stingray is next, apparently a magic igniter. Captain I spoke with earlier had one too. They must take on many different forms like I saw on the main street.
And take this too. Protect it with your life.
A map.
Wow, that's a real map.
Yeah, maps would have been really rare
It's
back in
dangerous
the
to even
day.
chart the wilds, but this is full of details. Only the military could pull this together.
Listen up, striplings.
Striplings?
My name is Captain Klinger. And
Are
as of this moment, you miserable
we
lot are
strippers?
under my command.
Game live action or turn based? Not sure yet. It seems to be live action, but
I'm sure you've all heard about our forces being tied up with the funeral proceedings for His Majesty. But if you think you're on cushy security detail, think again.
is it turn based?
You will be deployed to a fortress at the northern border, where you will be trained into true guards. Our veterans there will teach you the one thing you need to master if you're to survive. Pain.
Perfect. That's exactly where our contacts hold up.
Perfect pain.
Enjoy tonight's sleep, because it's the last full night's rest you'll get. Dismissed!
Waters Day. Is that
Look at all
like
the other
Wednesday?
recruits. They really are desperate for new blood. Oh, right. I know you don't know what our contact looks like yet, but he'll know you by your sword. He'll also know right away why we've come. And don't worry, I'll recognize him. Well, the charming captain is probably right. We should get some rest before tomorrow. Hey. You awake?
Yeah, I'm awake.
Sorry to bug you. Look, I just have a lot on my mind. Can't seem to fall asleep. I'd heard about what it was like in the capital, but still. When you hear and see all this prejudice out in the open, it's a lot. You okay?
Yeah. It's just how it is.
That's just how it is.
Well, I don't think that should be how it is. Some people are even saying it's the lesser tribe's fault that the monsters are showing up at all. These are the same kind of people who burned down your village, remember?
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, but still, the prince was kind to take you in. He cared more about who you were than what you were. I can see why you'd want to repay him. Oh, speaking of, he's the one who gave you that book, right? Can I see it?
No.
What book?
Oh, I don't know. The one lying right there that you're always carrying around? Good thing those bandits weren't much for reading, huh? Thanks.
Well, I guess that was akin to saying yes. Something tells me you
It's what
couldn't
you
say
call a
no.
fantasy story, right? So it's a fantasy world made up by the author. The prince loved those kinds of stories. Okay, let's see. It says the young traveler was amazed by the world he saw. In this world, there is only one tribe. All people accept each other, and no soul is born into discrimination.
Well, it's not talking about our world.
So not even any fairies? I guess less differences means less to argue over. In such a world, there is no need for sorcery. A megapolis is built through learning and labor. Towers of glass that reach the heavens. Safe nights with no dark shadows. Busy streets well traveled. And in the laws of these emotionally satisfied people, it reads, all lives are equal.
Oh, it's definitely not talking about our world now.
Oh. I see. No magic. No tribal conflict. And equality for all? It really does sound like a fantasy. But it's strange to feel envious of a fictional world. Hey, are you asleep already? You know how hard it is for me to turn these pages on my own? Well, guess I'll just read more later. Good night.
Convenient. We fall asleep so that the plot can't advance. Record the events thus far. Yes. Just wondering if there's gonna be like something where I need to like talk with Arbor's Day. Talk with like everybody.
Shouldn't you be resting? I'm fine. In fact, I'm glad we have this chance to talk.
Wow,
I've
that
been
does
reading,
not look like a boy.
And I hope that someday we can make our kingdom like the place in this book. You said it was some kind of fantasy novel, didn't you? Our lives are decided at birth, by tribal purity, or by the differences that make us who we are. I don't want that to be the world we live in. The Elder here are a perfect example. If you'd not sheltered me, I would never have survived. And yet, they burned your home down. It's tragic, and no one should have to suffer so. Someone needs to fix... You okay?
I think I have the black lung.
Don't push yourself so hard. Reality is much too cruel. I know that. But I'll fight it. I'll fight to the end. I'm a prince. But I need to be a hero. One worthy of the throne. A hero? One who can lead. A beacon who will pierce the darkness when all seems lost.
Oh no, fantasy
My
COVID.
father taught me that. In his stories, the kingdom was full of legendary heroes. So I can't give up. In my ideal world, people can believe in their future. Their birth doesn't matter. Not that I expect it will be easy. I believe in you. Familiar words. When I'm down, when I struggle, you're always there to help me through it. Let's do it. You'll be a hero. Trust me.
He'll be a hero. More like Sleeping Beauty. The twinkle meter's off the chart. Yeah, like they're really making him look effeminate as possible.
I won't give up either. Trust me.
Chat, do you guys think the Pixies are love interest? Whoa, calm down there, groomer. Okay, we're being shipped out to nowhere so that we can experience pain.
Until arrival at the northern border fort, one day remains.
Medals Day. Bro, I need this. Can we rename Monday to Medal Day? I feel like it would make it so much more badass, but at the same time, it would also make so much sense as to why it's so painful. You'd view the information about your surroundings and the world map, use the movement keys to highlight the location you want to learn about, then press X.
Hold on.
You're divided by numerous
Let's see
distance.
here.
Hold on.
That's where you want to go.
This place...
Let's see. Let's see here.
This place here.
During the Annex War.
Hey, don't forget.
Hopefully we find him quickly.
Okay then.
Okay.
The
Khadroth
carriage
Rock today.
transporting the new recruits arrives at its destination.
Idols Day. Must be Sunday.
The northern border fort. The towering fortress was built during the Annex War in the mountains at the edge of the territory. Even now, soldiers are sent there for its strategic importance to the royal capital and to combat the rising waves of monsters. Fresh-faced soldiers disembark from their coaches at the foot of a steep ascent to the fort, the first of many uphill battles.
Oh, finally. Can hardly feel my legs.
Okay.
Listen well, you lackwits. The battlefield is no place to sit on your asses, and the border front is always a battlefield. The call to arms could sound at any time. Stand to, curs. You have the honor to serve at the command of Captain Klinger, war hero, tactician, master of arms. When I earned rank in the trenches, forged in the blood of my comrades.
Spare us this drivel. Say, friend, I'm curious. What is it about that book that's captivated you so?
It tells of a world united as one tribe.
No discrimination, eh? A far cry from our world, then. So it's describing a better world. A utopia, perhaps. I'm something of a reader myself, but that's not like any book I've read. You know, when the late king took the throne, he was quite the idealist himself. He made grand claims about unifying the people under his rule. Never managed to do it in the end, of course. Reform takes more than high-minded, eloquent speeches. Maybe he was too blind to see that himself.
Listen to you. A babe with his first sword thinking he knows better than a king. Keep your mouth shut. No one cares what you think.
Nobody asked you.
Something to say? Go on. I'm listening.
If it's a fight you want, draw your blade.
Didn't think you just challenged me straight out. You've got guts for a lesser tribesman. Well, Clemar, I'll let it go this time. But only because I like your friend. Next time, keep your complaining to yourself.
That's the last thing I need. Though I suppose I deserved it in part, speaking ill of the dead and all. My mouth tends to get ahead of my thoughts sometimes. Although, I'm glad a bad habit seems to have drawn us together. Oh, never got round to an introduction. I'm Stroll. Leon Stroll, son of the Count of Harlia. And you are?
My name's Jeff.
That's my name.
I have that right? It's got a certain weight to it. For what it's worth, my title doesn't mean much.
You're right, it does. It
Here
means,
and now,
it
we're
means
peers and
crag.
equals.
So there should be some weight there.
By the skin of my teeth! Now, where was I? Right, as for you, fresh meat.
Someone help!
Mom!
Is that a soldier? Hey, speak to me, man. What happened?
Listen. Stay on guard. It's too...
Not one of mine. Must be one of the fort's guard. Those damn vultures across the border. They must have heard about the king's death. Anyway, to the fort. Double time. I'll stay behind to see to the poor bastard's wounds.
How convenient.
You want us to go on ahead? Alone? Shouldn't we at least send a team back to ask for...
I knew fear would take you at the first step. You want to turn tail? Are you a traitor to the cause? The guard has no place for cowards. You are part of His Majesty's royal army. Swallow your fear. Fight with pride. And we'll all have medals this time
Wait a sec.
tomorrow.
He's right. We're warriors. Up there is our first chance at glory and riches. Let's go.
Damn it. Well, I suppose this is what we signed up for. Onward, to the fort then.
The fort then. At night. The fort at night.
Hey, I've got a bad feeling about this.
Wait, why are you wearing a helmet now?
It's hard to explain, but it's like there's a stench in the air, and it's getting stronger.
That's my body odor.
Hey, did something happen? Wait, is that a... fairy? Did you catch it yourself?
Yep.
Caught it over there a moment ago.
You did not. I'm not a bug, and I'm not an it. My name is Gallica, for your information.
So you travel together? You've stayed well hidden for quite a while.
Well, I didn't want anyone making a fuss. But we've got bigger problems right now. I can't shake this feeling. We gotta be careful.
I was hiding
Agreed.
her in my ass.
I'll follow orders, but I'm not about to let this armchair general send me to my death. Let's take a moment, then head in once we're prepared. I assume you know how to use an igniter properly?
I'm not so sure. He's never used one before. I mean, he's a commoner, so not much chance to.
Fair enough. Well, just stay behind me and you'll be all right. I swear I won't let you die. I'm with you.
Famous last words. Well, I stroll. I told you guys he had main character energy. Trying to conceal his nobility? Wait, is he really? I feel like he's pretty open about
actually have
that.
to fight anyone. I just hope our contact in the fort's okay. Let's keep our guard up and hope we find out.
I was gonna say, is the pixie gonna become an actual character?
Okay?
Emotional support help. Unexpected turn of events, but don't lose sight of our mission. Okay.
Here we go.
Got to find him.
Actually,
I see.
So the northern border fort.
this is...
It was a lot of bodies.
There it is. That's a human.
That's a ball with legs.
Stand your ground! Charge!
Damn, humans are ugly.
We have to help the survivors. Damn it.
Oh,
Well, it's definitely human. Look at all the dead bodies.
Hurry.
I would say this is of the American variety. Keep searching, assholes!
hey, you found something.
Oh, you can shatter stuff. Okay. Chad, I have to break everything. I'm sorry in advance. This is just the rule of any game in which you can break barrels. You must break them all. Wait, I can go up? Nope. I also can't jump off anything. Can't go back, can't go around, there's nothing over there. Okay, so we already went there.
This is bad.
Okay.
What?
Is that a human too? It looks like we're gonna have to fight it.
What do you think?
Okay, so we're joining forces.
Take care of it, please.
Engage in squad battle. But if you use square attacks to stun enemies first, you'll start the battle with an advantage. Stay on the offensive by continuously attacking with square to deplete the enemy's break gauge that appears next to them, eventually stunning them.
Things will be fine.
Our usual tactics
fight
should
for
work.
my own justice.
Do this.
Huh. Easy equip both new skills that consume AMP. Spend one turn icon seen at the top of the screen. When all turn icons are consumed, the opponent's round begins. And receive an additional turn icon in most battles. Disgusting. Okay, so wield arms is my melee.
Let's go.
Mage fire. Let's go for it.
Burn! Burn to ash! Oh, please!
Ow.
The power of fire! All right, victory is ours.
20 mag and 10 money? Is that any magic that I got back? Do you just get magic back when you fight?
No choice but to cut through them.
Feral Hundo.
We're out cold!
We have the edge.
And we'll win this!
Oh, that was the stunned enemies. Advantageous initial attack. Remain stunned at the start of the battle. Be sure to take advantage of this.
The power of one!
So it looks like I can't control him, or at least not yet.
Only one left. Finish them off and we're done.
A tough one.
They chose the wrong
Unscathed. Oh, so we get bonus for them dealing no damage. Okay, physical attack damage, magical attack damage, damage sustained, hit evasion and escape success, item acquisition rate. Oh god, this is such a like... let's go evasion.
I think we're in the clear.
Chad, am I gonna be able to respec? Or am I like horribly gimping my character for all time?
Cat?
Be careful.
Don't be fooled by the way it looks.
There are enemies around.
This battle's ours. Give it my all. Let's go. Still here?
Okay.
There's no way I'm stopping here.
You can choose not to distribute and save the points. Get the others later.
Looks like we're safe for now.
You can't completely screw yourself. Okay. It's not. It doesn't open from this side.
This is bad. Let's give him a fight. I cross, and we'll win this. Still up? The power of fire!
Even easier than expected.
Yeah.
I think we got them all. We'll be safe for a while.
Well, that is a ridiculously long door opening animation.
That should come in handy. Pocket it.
Ooh, revival medicine. Excellent for when I inevitably die to the, like, overpowered boss that's coming up. Something tells me we're gonna, like, come out through that way.
It's all clear.
Oh, Blazing. How's it going? Where am I going?
Wait. Be careful.
Hey!
Air brake gauge will deplete for an instant stun.
Okay.
Alright, how's that? This battle's ours. This could be our chance.
Now get ready.
Burn to up. Not done yet.
Wait, I thought it was stunned.
What can I do?
Ow.
Can anyone heal him?
A tough one.
Let's catch our breath. That was the last of them. Let's stash that somewhere safe.
Okay. Item.
Okay. Let's give this all we've got.
Stay calm, everyone.
Through here? The power of fire!
Yep. Easy.
They chose the wrong opponent.
I think we got them all. We'll be safe for a while.
I was doing stuff in Metaphor, right when a sudden blackout happened, I lost some of my progress. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, I've had a couple power outages here lately, that have been an issue because of the hurricane and people working on the lines. I think they're done though, so I shouldn't have that issue anymore. Which is part of the reason that I didn't stream this weekend, because I didn't want to deal with that, and I was like, I don't want to be in the middle of stream and have it get taken down. And then just be like, oh, I don't know when it'll come back. Because, like, when they would take the power out, it'd be out for, like, half an hour to an hour. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to, like, be like, oh, hey, be back in an hour.
Hey.
No, it's because this Elda's here.
Damn it. Hold on. You... I get it now. What?
Hurry!
Let's hurry.
Hurry to the top of the tower.
That should come in handy. Pocket.
Okay. I cannot save here. It'd be very annoying if I lose due to some bullshit.
We have the edge. This could be our chance.
I guess I could just keep using this though, basically to cheese for some easy experience.
Wish every fight was that easy, eh?
Try to see if I can get the level 3. Broken igniter. I'm gonna guess because it has that icon, it just basically means it's vendor trash. AKA sellable treasure.
Push through. Good one. Okay, let's take it all we've got. I won't hold back. Fire. Burn to us.
Oh, we actually got it. Wow.
The next one will
I did not expect that was going to happen. Okay, so my magic just went up anyways. Yeah, I'm just kind of not like this anymore. Streams were missed. Well, don't worry, we're back. Let's get that one turn kill. Yeah. So I think the only thing that's worrisome to me is I'm not really sure, because like in a lot of these games they give you party members, like squad mates basically, that fulfill certain roles. So like to me it looks like the other dude's probably going to be good as like either a bruiser, a you know, strength damage dealer, or a tank. So I'm a little bit worried about like, yeah, what happens if there's like another Dex character? What happens if there's like another magic character? Like, what am I supposed to do basically with my guy? Tank spell sword for me? I see. We get party members to cover everything else. Yeah, but I want to use the like hot women.
I think we're in the clear.
I went luck build for items. I mean, I can't blame you for that.
This is bad. They're onto us.
They can't be onto us. I've run out.
They must have lost sight of us. We can relax.
Come on! This is our chance.
What if we're gonna get both? Yeah, okay, we did.
Tough one. The power! Let's wrap this up. That'll do.
The power of Grayskull.
Only one left. Finish them off and we're clear.
Damn, I must have just missed killing him.
That'll do it.
I'm not even sure if you like need to destroy these, if there's any reason to, other than the pure satisfaction of destroying barrels. Because you can. Because it's pretty easy to tell when there is a
Yep, we're safe here.
I think I was hearing a dog.
It's all clear. Everything's pretty standard.
Can I jump down?
Let's push through. Let's give them a fight. And we'll win this. I think I'm getting used to this. Don't get too relaxed. These monsters are relentless. This is our chance. Let's take them all out.
You make the first move.
Still up? The power of fire!
Okay.
There's no way I'm stopping here.
I think we got them all. We'll be safe for a while.
Come on!
This is...
I doubt I can get to like level 4 before the boss.
Go!
Let's go! Burn! Stay sharp! It's not over
Keep it
yet.
up! The power of fire!
I was gonna say he has better magic damage than me, so I let him take the higher health one.
This is bad. They're onto us.
All right.
Okay, let's take it.
That was spicy. They hit a frickin' enemy on top of the item.
Even easier than expected. That was the last of them.
You always need a best bro. I mean, that's probably gonna be this guy. You can tell that he got that loyal dog vibe. Which is funny because he's not a dog. Actually, yeah, I wanted to see if I can jump off. Okay, so you can't. But you choose during the recruitment, you get some points in that stat? Yeah.
Hey.
I won't let you die
true,
up there.
but
I'm heading out.
He said as he let him die up there. $50 HP. See, I can't tell if that's like... enough, but there we go, that should be.
What do you think?
Let's go! Try not to do anything rash. That's exactly what we're doing. We're developing a rash. A barrel killer achievement, yeah. Bro, this looks like every other human I've ever seen.
Such tremendous power.
It's horrible! I can't believe what I'm seeing!
we can't let it get away with this. We have to hold it off somehow.
Peril.
Damned humans. It was all because of them.
We'll just have to make it work.
I let myself go. No, the mission depends on our survival.
Let's go. Burn!
Vile monster. You're mine!
Oh boy. Dad, is this a guaranteed loss, or should I like chug all of my potions?
It didn't even flinch!
Damn it all! I'm not going.
Because this feels like a this feels like a just die. Bro just Beybladed us.
How is it this strong?
Also, he's named Homo Gorlio.
I'll distract it. You two run!
But...
Above all else, I am a noble, and a noble defends his people, no matter the cost.
Ah, noblesse oblige. Yo, look at that damage.
Wasn't enough.
What? No! Please, say something!
Stroll!
Don't be a fool. Just run before it...
Oh, fate-saddled child. Oh, anguished traveler. Thy fate is crown-twined, thy soul bound for the throne. The future yet unknown dawns in this moment.
Oh, okay, so we're gonna become king.
Thy path may fork, but only one may be chosen. Confront the threat before thee, or die here in obscurity. Now choose.
I choose.
So be it. Heroism lies in the soul that stands firm against its fears.
Well, yeah, when your
Power
choices
awaits
become a
thy
hero or
command.
die.
The time has come to awaken the hero within.
What's up, Zev?
Engrave thy very heart.
Everyone's just gaslighted, I see. Oh. What? What? Did I just rip my own heart out? Is this my persona?
What the heck is going on? Anyway, we've got to find a way to fight back.
Archetype skill seeker? Weak magic. Wind damage. Weak HP recovery.
Scour!
Take this, homo.
That did the trick.
Wait. No. I guess that's what they meant by demonic magic.
Are you okay? If we don't push back, we're dead. Can't we fend off those attacks somehow?
Are weak to certain affinities. After you've hit one of these weaknesses, the word weak will be displayed. Hitting an opponent's weakness or scoring a critical hit against them will only decrease the turn icon by half. Ah.
Looks like it mainly attacks with the head wings and blade feet. We could target those.
Come forth, royal soul! Wind!
Water!
It's okay. We can do this. I won't hold back! Scour!
We're done. We've got to hit the other spot too. Nice dodge. Not like they could get you with that.
Okay.
Wind!
Water!
Let's stay calm. I won't hold back! Scour! Alright, how's that?
Devour! Devour!
Wait, what? It's healing?
Oh, that's bullshit. Thing
Eating
cheats.
its own fruit to heal? We can't kill it fast enough. It's just gonna fix itself up no matter what we do.
Okay, calm down, Gallica.
Ick. I can't believe it's
Let's
eating
go.
its own body. Can you knock those apples off?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I probably could.
Wind!
Just looking to see if there were any other targetable things. The other thing I'm unsure of is if I can, like, attempt to, like, melee the apple instead. Okay, that definitely was worse. We're not doing that ever again.
If we don't take out those apple things, you know, maybe there's something I can do. Hey, can you let me handle this?
Yeah, sure, go for it. Wait. Wait, is this... Chad, is this just like an instant win? Is this like letting her defeat this thing for me? Because it's weird because it's a system message.
Understood. Leave it to me.
No, but easier? Okay.
Now it can't heal itself anymore. Don't waste your chance. Get in there.
Take this, Homo Gorlio.
Nice dodge. Not like they could get you with that.
I guess that move uses 2 of its actions.
Let's go. Scour.
Stole his apples, he can't farm anymore. Yeah.
Win. Still up.
I'm waiting on him to like pull out an ultimate move and just kill me.
Get you with that.
By this power. Still here?
You're barely
Still
holding
fight.
together.
Let's go. Scour.
Hot damn.
Not bad.
Rank up? Oh, so my persona leveled up.
True power is born of the heart. A wish from which thy strength is drawn. Yet fear and anxiety always trail in such a wish's wake.
Okay.
Since time immemorial, those we call heroes have earned the title through this order. They pursued their wishes and boldly walked a path of virtue. What thou hast awakened is the true spirit of a hero. The power that lies dormant in all of us. The power to reforge the fear of the unknown into curiosity. If thou wouldst change the world by thine own hand, take this newfound power and venture forth. Thy journey shalt reveal thy soul's mission.
What was that voice? And you! What was that power you used? You had a metal heart, and your whole body was... It was crazy! Look, that Stroll guy is still alive!
Not for long. He's seen too
I'll be
much.
damned. Someone actually survived.
That voice... Grius! Oh, thank goodness, you're alive!
Gallica, you made it.
He's our man on the inside. The one I'm delivering the message to.
He's badly hurt. You, boy, lend me your shoulder. We'll need to carry him. The smell of blood will draw out the beasts. Let's not hang about.
You're not gonna like question how we
The lad's
killed
out
it?
cold, but he'll live.
Oh, you're a sight for sore eyes, Grius. Just wish it were under better circumstances.
We're both alive, and you can't ask for much better in these parts. Sorry I couldn't join you in the fray. So, this is our newcomer, eh? How'd this boy manage to command power like that?
It's like nothing I've ever seen. Do you know anything about it?
I might. For now, the mission comes first.
Ah, right. I'd better just get straight to the message. Grius, you have a new mission.
Abort.
Avenge the king. And kill Luis Guillaburn.
Well, good. It's about damn time. Those scheming nobles haven't said so publicly, but every soldier knows it was nothing natural that killed the king. Damn that Luis. Couldn't stop at one royal, could he?
Wait, there's more. The prince is getting worse. We're running out of time. Here, look. I brought a treasure from the village. They called it a Farsight mirror. You need to see the prince's condition for yourself.
Through the mirror lies the prince, deep in slumber in the hidden village.
His Highness won't last much longer. Those thorns are thick enough to claim him.
Luis cast the
Hey,
curse,
those thorns.
so killing him is the only way to lift it. If we wait any longer, you're just gonna crown a new king.
Then can I do it?
Who's Luis?
Is that a real question?
Aye.
About 15 years ago, a child enlisted in the army. But it wasn't his age that had people talking. It was his ruthless military genius. Hero to some, monster to others. Luis Guillaburn, a prodigal tactician and a master of Magla arts. Some said it was only a matter of time before he made general, the youngest the nations had.
Until he attacked the prince.
That night, when the prince's quarters were breached, it was no ordinary mage who cast that fatal curse. It was Luis Guillaburn himself. But the son's death wasn't enough for him. Now he's got the father's blood on his hands. And if that king-slaying fiend ends up on the throne, we're all doomed.
But when we were exploring the royal capital, there were a lot more Luis supporters than I expected. How can they still trust him after all that?
Luis is cunning. He left no evidence. Accuse him as you will, but the allegations wouldn't stick. All they could do was send him as far away as possible. A post in the middle of nowhere. Plenty of soldiers never believed the charges in the first place. When they look at him, they see a capable veteran unjustly made into the noble scapegoat. Most think the Royal Army was at its best when he was in charge. And in truth, it's hard to deny. Without him, we'd never have crushed the rebel uprising so quickly. Damn the man. But he's earned his titles. He's mastered the blade, magic, and he's clearly intelligent. To the masses who want change, he seems the savior they need.
If even you're that worried about him, then this isn't going to be easy.
That's a hell of a mission. And I want in.
What?
So that's your game, eh? Pretend to sleep, eavesdrop on the plan. You're a fool to give yourself away.
If you want my blood, then let your blade strike true. I'm not going to run. Not from you, and not from a chance to do what's right.
Look, Grius, he saved our lives back there. And it sounds like we could use the help. Seems like kind of a waste to kill him. Especially if he's volunteering.
Then answer me this. The boy's all but a stranger to you, yet you risk your life to save him. Why?
I would live, fight, and die a noble, sir. To have done otherwise would betray my title, to say nothing of my heart.
There, I'm losing my edge. Make me regret this, and I will slay you where you stand.
You'll let him help us?
Right then. My life and sword are yours.
As far as the rest of the world's concerned, you perished in that castle. You'll find the job ahead will be easier for a dead man. Your lives are kept only by the blades in your hands. And you'll raise them at my command.
We have to.
Okay.
Luis will also be at the royal funeral. If we're not back to the capital by then, we lose our chance at his head. But no main roads. That'll mean checkpoints and questions. We're bound for a different route. We'll cut through the abandoned mine up ahead to save us going the long way round. For tonight, see to your wounds. We'll leave at first light. I'm counting on you.
Feels like the mission is finally starting. Let's set up our camp then.
Okay.
Now, we should finally be able to get some rest. This your first deployment, boy? Thank your lucky stars you survived a brush with a human.
What the hell was that? It was like no beast I've ever seen.
No one truly knows. They're protected by Magla, so even the sharpest steel does little good against them. They're no simple beast. All we do know is with every passing year, more of their kind tear travelers apart. That was why I was first sent undercover here.
And? Did you learn anything?
Simmer down, boy. There wasn't a damn thing to be found in those monsters. Well, the moon's still low. If you've any other questions, now's the time.
I want to hear about the mission.
With numbers like this, a head-on assault would be suicide. Quick, covert assassinations are best bet. Kingslayer or no, Luis has a lot of public favour behind him. To the people, he's the only man with the wit and war power to bring down humans. The military seems powerless to stop them, so he plays saviour. The man's practically a monster himself. By your age,
I think he is a
not only
monster.
a master tactician, but damn near an archmage besides.
And the three of us alone are supposed to stop him.
We'll just have to blend in with the crowd at the funeral. I won't abide him surviving the ceremony. He will die by my hand.
Fire should keep the really dangerous stuff away? Wait, so like...
Huh?
Okay, so I guess you can loot stuff at the campsite? The clever invisible wall.
Ugh.
Okay.
Huh?
Indeed.
His Highness the Prince's tutor in swordplay.
I see.
Got it?
Well...
I'm pooped. There's a collectible around here. I got the golden beetle or whatever, but I'm not sure if there was more. You're gonna read more of that book, aren't you?
You've got to keep yourself rested to be at your best.
I know.
I wanted to tell you, though. When the human attacked, I heard a strange voice. It told me my duty would be to guide you. What do you think it meant? I mean, I haven't exactly been much of a guide so far. All I told you was that we had to deliver our message, and that almost got you killed. I never expected it would be this dangerous, and it feels kind of like it's my fault.
It's kind of your fault.
It's not your fault.
You say that, but look, I can't fight with you. But as long as you're up against all this scary stuff, I'll try to help however I can. You've got something special, you know. I don't know what it is just yet, but I believe in you.
Believe it.
Oh, hey, you know what insomnia is good for? Catching up on reading.
I knew it. I knew she was gonna pull out the book
If
again.
only our lives were anything like the world in your novel. But it's a nice fantasy. Enjoy it while you can. Good night.
The Vitruvian Man?
Well, hello.
It's definitely
nice to meet you.
Pulling more Renaissance than medieval at this point. I don't hate it though.
And now you've acquired a most interesting power. You truly are an intriguing one.
Is there not like a woman anywhere in this series? Every effeminate looking character's a guy.
In the moments where your heart is most gripped by the book, I can reach out to you. My name is Moore, and I am the humble author of the novel you've been reading. You stand now in my study. Quite something, isn't it? A hall of wisdom, purpose-built for the research of certain powers. I call it academia. Alas, it's as much a prison as it is.
Yeah, the silver-haired lady's the only one we've seen so far.
Merciful Majesty saw fit to lock me in this place. It has me a bit addled, honestly. I no longer remember where in the kingdom my study actually lies. I never imagined my voice would reach beyond these walls. Until you appeared. And now, by whatever strange forces are afoot, I can speak directly to your mind. So, what would you say to an alliance?
What kind of alliance?
There must be more you wish to know. For instance, the nature of this fascinating power you've awakened to. I believe you have found a way to wield true magic. You need no petty conduit of mortal make. You can even change your appearance using the raw magma within. It is above all a mystic, long-hidden art, now the stuff of legend. What I have come to call archetypes.
Archetypes?
A spirit of heroic virtue. A transformative power that manifests only in those who embody the heroes and kings of old in some core aspect. Heroes of antiquity are often depicted as near mythic figures, with forms transcending the mortal. These accounts are no mere allegory, but truth. However, none of my records describe anyone wielding such power as freely as you. Perhaps you are meant for not just proficiency, but mastery. In their truest form, archetypes represent the power of a true hero. One who can drive away calamity and evil in this world, no matter its form. Indulge me this request, and I believe my dream may yet be possible. Together, we can restore the kingdom's ideals. I shall gladly provide you knowledge and assistance to master your newfound power. So what say you? Will you take my hand in friendship?
Okay, at least they're not trying to hide it. So it says okay for the first option. The second option is not much choice. How ironic.
Okay.
The bargain is struck then.
The scholar in search of utopia, more. Within him dwells the virtue of the seeker. Nurture thy bond with him, and a new power yet slumbering within thee may awaken.
Yes, or begrudgingly, yeah.
Now let's see what manner of story you'll weave.
Study the Seeker once unlocked in academia. Connecting your bonds with your followers will lead you to unlocking various abilities that can change the shape of your journey. Where's just the first of many, so keep an eye out.
We'll meet again, I'm sure. Here's to our joined path, and the thrills that yet lie ahead.
I'm wondering if this is going to have branching stories.
5 days remain.
Does like Persona have different like paths, or is it all just the same story?
Already then? From here on, we travel in secret. If we're to get back into the capital, we'll have to do it undetected.
Different endings, okay.
So we'll cut through the forest, find the abandoned mine shaft in the mountain, and take the tunnel to the other side.
That way they'll never see us coming, huh?
Lad, you'll be our vanguard. It'll be a trial by fire, but the sooner you get used to that power, the better.
Speaking of, you were talking like you know something about it.
Not much. Just what I've picked up from missions in the early days. I've only heard it's a power found in those who walk a righteous path. Sounded like superstition to me, but everything's always clearer on the battlefield. Once I saw it in action, I could tell it was no fable. Never thought it'd come back to haunt me. Despite all my training and research, I never managed to master it myself.
Huh. It really is something special, then.
Don't forget, one wrong move and I'll cut you down.
I'm aware.
I'm watching you.
Yes, I get it. Just trust me, all right?
Right. Let's check the map. This'll all be for nothing if we get lost.
This place.
Several different endings, yeah. They're called the Nord Mines, apparently. Going through them would put us near the capital, it seems.
That being the case.
All right. Don't let your guard down.
Here's where we are now. Let's see.
This place.
Don't let your guard down. Good.
The Nord Mines.
Flames Day.
Located northwest of Grand Trad. It is resource-rich with magla crystals. Its proximity to the capital simplified crystal excavation, but the Sanctus Church's sudden proclamation of closure stopped work in its track. Exiting the forest, the party continues along the wooded road leading to the derelict mine.
I hope this game has like an autosave feature.
Huh? What happened?
No. Don't let your guard down.
Look at that!
Corvo.
No. Let's go.
Pushing forward.
And of course I can't save. Yeah, we'll end here. I may have to like fast track to get back to this point. I don't know. I assume it'll have auto saved at some point. Let me see. Yeah, okay, so it's saved here at the mine, so we should be fine then. No save, only battle, yeah. Alright, like I said, that'll be it for me tonight. We'll probably keep playing this a little bit here soon, but I gotta find out what our schedule's gonna be like for this week, because I know we have the upcoming JP stream, I think, like I said, like either tomorrow or the day after. I think it's like early, like Wednesday morning is when it is, so. Let me send you guys over to Mr. Fox. He's on. And again, thank you guys for being here. Have a good birthday. Thank you. Yes, thank you guys. Actually, the birthday is in like 15 minutes. But again, thank you guys for being here. I always appreciate it. Again, we'll definitely continue on with some of this. We got some good games coming out here in the latter half of the year. And again, we're going to get on to prepping for the Lotto soon in FGO. So hope to see you guys for all that. Go give Mr. Fox my love. I did not spell that raid correctly. Hold on. Let me make sure it goes to the right place. There we go. Oh, trust me, Chad, I know. After years of experience streaming, I know. Okay, now it should be working. Again, I will see you guys for the next one. Probably tomorrow, we might do another media share or something like that, or we might play more of Metaphor. I'll just have to see. But again, go give Fox my love, and have a good one.